ke modulasetilo wa Public Accounts Committee. Honorable members,
Inajame ki Victor Pololo, Kanye West, Member of Parliament and Committee Member. Thank you. Mount East.
Ke Sam Dirwa, mo Parlamente wa Butete West.
Kibirwa Boniface Mabea mo Parlamente Khamalete.
Palelo Mtausani Tamaragumakwan.
Motlhale e mang mo alusi Nkange.
Shima Monachim, La Plaisance.
the 3 AGs.
Good morning. Motlhabane Puso appearing for the Attorney General together with Matlala.
Dumelang, ke bidiwa Ndula Mohobona, go tswa ko Ministry of Finance, ko ofising ya Accountant General.
Dumelang Bosadi, ke bidiwa Patrina Speli Monekwe, ke tswa ko ofising ya Minister of Finance, ko Accountant General. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Janet Magana from the Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning. My name is Senora Usikelu, Office of the Auditor General.
And my name is Amanda Mulifi, Technical Advisor to the PAC.
Thank you very much. County Officer.
Good morning, sir, and your team. My name is Bonolo Kumotaka, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Water and Human Settlement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, sir. My name is Offensa Sipetting, Acting Chief Accountant from the Ministry of Water and Human Settlement.
Thank you very much. Renale PS from Lands and Agriculture. Utera Ichwager. Nerito okupa gore agreka kumpieno tshori khantseo gone mmereha gongwe le wena tere go ikanise gore te tere a re tlhoka sengwe ka kong re tere kgone gore re hitele ko go wena go sa tlhoka le gore eme re go ikanise erra mme ke tsaya gore ha re sena go itsane se se latelang ke gore jaanong re ka ikana accounting officer ka topa ha gare ga Baebele le affirmation ha o tsere Baebele ke go ba le go la molema mo Baebeleng la mo ja go le tshwanetse hela jalo.
Yes, sir.
O ntsha la morago I are sente
I, Elizabeth Bonolo Kumotaka,
swear by Almighty God
swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this Committee of Parliament shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, sir.
Right, so finance controller or finance manager, Hela Jalo, Otan Salamurahu. I,
Offensa Sipetting,
swear by Almighty God
that
the evidence I shall give before this Committee of Parliament shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. So help me God. Thank you very much. Right, so Academy Officer, Lands and Agriculture, Musitelle ata khone go right, so nerle ha rote mabane tsamaiso ke tsa gore ke yonele I
Kabelo Anthony Bine,
swear by Almighty God
that
the evidence I shall give before this Committee of Parliament shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. So help me God. Okay, thank you.
God.
Nyarale ware how God with God. Ya mere rale ware so let's tsilo telo yana ke ha kamala go bona how hands ole fresh. Are tsweleleng ka tiro ya rona mme re tla tswelela jaana re simolotse tharinyana batho betso re simolotse tharinyana ka gore ka ha dibuka nne di rulagantswe ka teng ba bangwe ne ba sa kgona go bona information e ne ba tshwanetse go e bona e nngwe ne e shota mo di-submissioneng mme ke tsaya gore yaanong re kgonne go ithulaganya sentle gore re tle re tswelele le tiro ke sone se se re diileng mme ke re ka simolola hela right away ka presentation of the executive summary by the accounting officer o nne kete o e tlhalosa ka bolelenyana ka gore ke yone nngwe ya tse nne di seo mo maphakeleng re e batla re sa e bone o nne o e tlhalosa ka bolelenyana gore honorable members ba kgona go catch up ke a leboga accounting officer you may proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the committee.
Just hold. Okay, what is it? Okay. I was being counseled to put my mic properly by the monitor. Maiso Raleboga, Okasimola presentation.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to take you, sir, and your committee through the executive summary of our submission. And the report that we are presenting before you, sir, is for the Ministry of Lands and Water Affairs. And we are presenting based on the Auditor General's report and the audit of the annual statement of accounts for the financial year that ended in March 2022, meaning financial year 21-22. The mandate of this ministry was to provide leadership and overall policy development and strategy guidance and standards on land administration and water management, and as well as to ensure that across the country we have potable water delivered to domestic and businesses, and as well as ensure the reuse of grey water to both domestic and agricultural developments. The ministry then was made up of 7 departments, 12 land boards, 41 sub-land boards, 2 parastatals being Water Utilities Corporation and the Real Estate Advisory Council. Like any other entity or organization, the ministry functioned guided by policies, legal and institutional framework addressing the land management and the water management or administration portfolios. Under the land management, we have several land legal framework. We currently have 10 land-related laws that are being developed or reviewed. Some of them are being developed, some of them are being reviewed. And these, they include the Land Control Act, the Immovable Property Act, the State Land Act, the Real Estate Professionals Act, Land Survey Act, Town and Country Planning Act, Deeds Registry Act, Tribal Land Act, Botswana Boundaries Act, Real Estate Law, and Geographical Place Names Law. These laws, as I indicated, Chairperson, are at different stages of development and review. Under the water portfolio, still talking on the legal framework, the National Water Master Plan of 2006 and other strategic documents and associated studies have been identified the need for review, to review the legislative and institutional framework to improve coordination of water and sanitation management for sustainable livelihoods. To this end, sir, there are 5 related legislations review that were completed in 2024, And these are the Boreholes Act, the Water Utilities Act, Water Act, Aquatic Weeds Act, and the Water Works Act. Following the review of these acts, drafting instructions were submitted to Attorney General to commence drafting of the bills for the Consolidated Water-Related Act. So what we are trying to do here is to take all the acts under the water portfolio and consolidate them into one act. And this is also going to give birth to the establishment of an independent water regulatory authority, just like we have the Energy Regulatory Authority. Mr. Chairperson, I will move on to the financial performance of the ministry. The recurrent expenditure of the ministry for the financial year 21-22, the ministry was warranted 963,947,560 for that financial year, and 96% of that was utilized, which is 924,957,961 pula, and leaving a balance of 31,989,599. This balance was due to the low expenditure that we experienced under the training vows, traveling and transport, workshops, and seminars and exhibitions. And these savings were due to the fact that most of these trainings and travels or workshops were conducted virtually. Under the development budget, an amount of 5,261,866,507 pula was allocated to the ministry in that financial year of 21-22, of which 99.4% was utilized by the end of the financial year, amounting to 5,231,647,299. Still under financial performance, talking to revenue collection, we had planned to collect 100,372,130, but the actual collection was 55.5% of what we estimated. So we collected 55,746,229, resulting in under collection of 44,625,901. The under collections was as a result of the following: plots that were planned to be allocated at Selebe Pikwe were not allocated due to some challenges in convincing lodgement of fees and the newly. This resulted in low revenue collection. Also, we have a challenge under of non-payment of leases, both under the land and water, especially the boreholes. So I am getting into the details of the land management sector, meaning that I'm done with the financial performance. Under the land management sector, allow me to speak on physical planning, or which now we call spatial planning. Physical planning, this is where the ministry plans on the land that is going to be allocated for various reasons, for residential, for domestic, and for investors. During the financial year, The ministry prepared special plans for various localities across the country. As part of the National Spatial Plan implementation, the National Spatial Plan, which was approved by Cabinet in 2019. The spatial plans intend to provide a strategic and proactive development guide for land and socio-economic development. The plans are used as tools that ensure orderly growth and development of settlement, to ensure that there is control, there is order when the country is developed, to ensure that when we allocate land for various uses of land, we also ensure that the residents are close to services that are needed for a basic proper living, like close to hospitals, there are proper roads, close to education, and even police stations. So this spatial plan is used to guide such. Furthermore, the ministry is involved in the preparation of detailed layouts, and this we do in partnership with the local authorities, the councils that are under the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs. These detailed layout plans serve as a guide for integrated planning for social, economic, and physical development of the settlements, to facilitate the allocation of land, formalization of development, and upgrading of infrastructure, and planning for social facilities. So in the financial year, the ministry managed to produce 33,592 against a target of 30,000, which means we were a bit above the target. The exercise of declaring districts as planning areas has also been completed. The declaration of the whole country as a planning area means that the Town and Country Planning Act, one of the acts that we mentioned at the beginning, as well as its supporting regulations, will be operational in the declared areas, which include the state land, tribal, as well as freehold, meaning the whole country. So the ministry has reviewed the Development Control Code of 2013, and it is now called, it's a draft, and it's called Spatial Development Code of 2023. This is to align with the National Spatial Plan that I indicated was approved by Cabinet in 2019. So this Spatial Development Code of 2023 aims to ensure that in servicing or in allocating or managing land, we become flexible and accommodative to the needs of the clients, that we become facilitative instead of controlling, and enable speedy allocation and servicing of land for domestic as well as business use for local and foreign investors. The 2023 code, the Spatial Development Code that I'm talking to, has incorporated the presidential directive that calls for efficient utilization of land by allowing subdivision of agricultural land to a minimum of 1 hectare for extensive agriculture and 4 hectares for intensive agriculture. Extensive agricultural uses refers to land classified and gazetted by the ministry responsible for agriculture as prime agricultural land, such as ranches, commercial farms, and plantains. And intensive is just our normal, ordinary plowing fields. So this is where 50% of the plot area can be used for the development of the non-agriculture activities. The ministry has passed the statutory instrument number 2026 of 2024, which transferred the planning function of subdivision and consolidation of tribal land without change of land use to the land boards from March 2024. Let me now speak to the acquisition of the 45,000 hectares of land from Tati Company Limited, which was done in October 2023. The ministry, through its in-house resources, commenced the preparation of a structure plan. A structure plan is what we are going to use to consult the concerned stakeholders to help us come with the proper use for the land. The plan is expected to be completed this year, October, and the Francistown Region Master Plan will therefore follow after this plan has been completed. I want to indicate, Chairperson, that the common theme across the spatial plans is compact development and smart city concept. I believe we are all aware that within our cities, even here in Gaborone, we have open spaces. That is land that could have been, or that can be used for land uses, even domestic or business or anything under land management. So the spatial plans that have been developed are used to encourage compact development and the smart city concept, promotion of access to housing, as opposed to allocation of individual plots, especially in urban and peri-urban areas, because in those areas we no longer have land to allocate. For example, in Francistown, though I do not remember the exact year, we stopped receiving requests for land allocations in Francistown because there's no area to expand to. That is why we are saying we are promoting access to housing as opposed to plot or land allocation in urban and peri-urban areas. So these plans, the spatial plans, are critical instruments in identifying land for residential developments, and they will also facilitate the newly established Ministry of Lands and Human Settlement in meeting the 100,000 housing units that they have to deliver. We also want to share with this honorable committee, sir, that the government of Botswana will be hosting the UN Habitat Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa. The regional office is in Kenya, and of course the headquarters are in New York, if I'm not mistaken. The office is expected to be operational. We planned to open it in April. We have not managed to open it in April as planned, but the new date for the official opening of the office is the 23rd of June 2025. The delays that we encountered was due to the security vetting of the offices. It's a requirement by the UN body for any agency that is housed in any country. The office has to be vetted. The hosting of this office gives this country, Botswana, an advantageous position because the country will be able to access joint research and access to human settlement experts and also create employment. This further enhances Botswana's sovereign image and global status. So still under land management portfolio, and I want to speak on the land acquisition and allocation. The land is acquired from holders in tribal land at a market price. During the financial year under review, a budget of 80 million was provided for this activity, and 55.3 million was disbursed to acquire 1,025 hectares across the different land boards. The cost of acquiring land, it must be noted, Chairperson, because we use market rates following the reenactment of the Tribal Land Act. They range from 6,000 per hectare to 330,000 per hectare, depending, of course, on the location, depending on whether it's tribal, state land, or freehold land. In addition to acquiring land for village expansion, acquired by the various land boards across the country, land was also being acquired for investors, local and foreign investors. The current government's position is that land holders should use their land as equity in the investment rather than selling the land to the prospective investor. This is a shift from financial compensations to creating generational wealth by allowing Botswana to have a stake in the investments. The ministry set a target to allocate 100,000 residential plots in the tribal area by the year 23-24. By the end of March 2023, 84,064 residential plots were allocated in tribal land. This marked an increase in the allocation of residential plots compared to the past years. It's something that has never happened. In the urban areas or on state land, only 394 residential plots were allocated. And this is because of the reason that I talked to earlier, is because of unavailability of land or growth areas around our cities and towns. The ministry, I stated this earlier, completed the waiting list in Francistown, and it's because new applications are no longer received in Francistown. So the remaining plots that were in Francistown after completing the waiting list were offered to applicants from other towns and city, from Gaborone, Lobatse, Jwaneng. So most of the applicants from Gaborone waiting list were reluctant to accept the offers in Francistown, but we had other applicants from the other towns who accepted the offers. When it comes to land surveying, a total of 73,520 plots were surveyed across the country. 67,943 of these plots have been approved. A total of 34,359 plots from the approved 67,000 have been uploaded into our land management system, LIS, and a further 33,359 plots are at different stages of uploading into the system. A further 362 small stock farms of varying sizes across the country were also surveyed and have been uploaded into the land management system. The plots are at advertisement stage. Having surveyed all these plots within the built-up area, the plan is to commence surveying for plowing fields or masimo and boreholes to facilitate agricultural programs and commercial farming. This exercise was planned for financial year that has just ended, 24-25, but due to financial constraints, it could not be executed. This financial year that we are in, the projects that are planned are the cadastral survey to facilitate plot allocation, surveying of boreholes and plowing fields, reaffirmation of international boundaries, implementation of location addressing, the development of national spatial data infrastructure, commonly referred to as NSDI. I'm now going to speak to the issuance of secure land title, SLT, which was launched through the land management system in June 2022. By April 2025, a total of 16,800 deeds of customary land grants, commonly known as SLT, have been registered. The performance of the current financial year is at 5,205 registered secure land titles. It is evident that the process of registration and production of SLTs is slower than anticipated. This is an area where the ministry intends to put more resources to expedite the process, and we have not really achieved much in this project. The registrations of SLT is slow, as I have indicated, and as a ministry, what we are currently doing, there are several challenges that ought to be addressed to ensure speedy registration of SLTs. One of them being that this certificate or that are held, they were issued a long time ago, and as such, when it comes to survey diagrams, when it comes to general plans and all the information that has to be uploaded on the system to enable production of SLT, those information is a manual form, and some of them is big files, and the system that we have developed requires that any particular plot that is held by a person X, when it's uploaded in the system in preparation for printing of the secure land title, it has to show the history of ownership. If it has been transferred 3 times, that information has to be uploaded on the system, that it was allocated to person X. After 5 years, it was bought by so and so, and now currently is owned by person X. So it's a lot of work that we are dealing with. Some of it is in relation to the law that we are using, and we are amending, for example, the Deeds Registry Act. But I must here, Chairperson and your team, indicate that we have developed systems at surveys, Department of Surveys, at the Land Information Center and the Deeds Registry that are facilitating in the production of the SLT, and also indicate that these systems have been integrated or interfaced with the systems outside this ministry, interfaced with the Omang, with the births and deaths, and even for a person who is a divorcee, I don't know where the system is, that integration is there. We are able, when we produce the SLT, to know all that about the person because of that integration. SLT is a key milestone for good land administration system. It provides for sufficient legal security or form of guarantee to owners of land, holders of real rights in land and other rights. It also facilitates access to secured credit and allows use of land as collateral to unlock the economic potential of the land that we hold, and also support property taxation. I'm moving on to another section, Mr. Chairperson, to speak on the management of concession areas. Here, let me indicate that the tourism concession areas in Botswana refers to areas that have been zoned and leased to professional hunting and photographic companies and community trusts for trophy hunting and or photographic tourism. These areas are mostly found in state land and tribal land, mainly within wildlife management areas, national parks, game reserves, and forest reserves. They are administered by the Department of Lands, while those under tribal land are administered by the respective land boards. Initially, tourism concession areas were leased for 5 years with an option to review for 2 consecutive terms. We have since reviewed the lease template to provide opportunities for the ownership of the land and properties to targeted citizens. So to achieve this, the leasing instruments were revised to eliminate disadvantageous clauses that perpetuated monopoly in the sector and closed out new entrants. The key changes to the lease template is the removal of the clause of automatic renewal of the lease and the first right of refusal for sitting lessees. So the new lease period is 15 years with an option to renew for a further period as determined by the land authority. And I must also here indicate that there has been an increase or introduction of these concession areas owned and run by Botswana, and improvement done in the ones that are run by the communities. So the community head lease have been returned to the community trusts so that they can enter into sublease agreements with the operators. So they have been facilitated by developing a standard sublease template. The planned resumption of signing of concession area leases following the suspension in 2019 resulted in the delays in the renewals. But as we speak now, almost all of them have been renewed, and even those who were the previous operators are in operation. The decision was taken in April 2025 this year to renew all outstanding leases, and that this was done through a cap info note, so that we have a cabinet directive to ensure implementation. The land, after it has been acquired and planned for, it has to be serviced before allocation, though it's not always possible because of financial constraints. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm now speaking on the land servicing. The land servicing is a core component that provides access to ensuring that there are roads, water, and other associated works on a piece of land before it is allocated for whatever use. The budget that was warranted to the ministry restricted us only to ongoing projects. As a result, a lot of the land servicing projects were deferred so that we continue with the ongoing ones. We have completed the land servicing of Metsi Motlhabe Block 4, Package 2, while implementation of Metsi Motlhabe Block 4, Package 1, together with Hansi Block 1 to 6, commenced in the financial year 24-25, and these projects are currently ongoing. We also started Phase 1 of Mopani, Block 1, which has progressed well and completed at the end of the financial year that just ended. We are only addressing the snakes. Construction of other ongoing land service projects, which commenced during the fourth quarter of financial year 24-25, include Hansi Extension Block 7, Maung CBD, Letlhakane, and Kachikau, and these are nearing completion. The design reviews for Kasane Plateau and Nyungwe land servicing also commenced, but could not progress to construction due to funding constraints, which I alluded to earlier. The remaining projects that were also ready for commencement but could not be started because of financial constraints are Francistown, Aerodome, Palape Extension 10, Soa Block 3, Khatleng in the areas of Morwa and Pilani, and Suwane Industrial Site, all of which will form part of the prioritized projects in the upcoming National Development Plan. The land sector is also responsible for affirming and reaffirming international boundaries. To this end, one boundary, that of Botswana and Namibia, has been concluded. The boundary has been reaffirmed, surveyed, and a boundary treaty signed by the heads of state of the two countries in 2018. It, however, still awaits the signing of ratification instruments between the two countries. The reaffirmation of Botswana and South Africa boundary is in process. A section of the boundary from Ramatlabama to Mabule, covering a distance of 139 kilometers, has been reaffirmed, and it is expected to be beaconed and surveyed in this financial year. A desktop study of the common boundary covering a total distance of 700 kilometers from Limpopo River and from Sikwane to Shalimpo, which is the confluence of Shashe and Limpopo, has been undertaken. This will be followed by the physical survey of the boundary on a date that has to be agreed by both countries. Subsequently, the review of Botswana-South Africa boundary treaty of 1973 will be done. The remaining sections of Botswana-Zimbabwe boundary, which is yet to be reaffirmed, consists of two segments, 307 kilometers from the riverine boundary from Ramokhobana to Shalimpo. A related desktop study of areas along Ramokhobana Shashe River was undertaken in March 2023, but the position of the boundary along Kazungula Ferry area is yet to be concluded. And this is an ongoing work between the countries of Botswana and Zimbabwe, as well as between Botswana and South Africa. Reaffirmation of the boundary of Zambia, covering approximately 400 meters, is yet to be done, as it is reliant on the successful conclusion of the boundary with Zimbabwe and the placement of the Botswana-Namibia-Zambia triune point on Namibian side. Chairperson, I move on to the water portfolio. That is the end of the land management portfolio. Under the water resources, one can just indicate that we are all aware that water is important and a finite resource that we need to conserve and manage. And this is the responsibility of the ministry to identify water resources and to develop infrastructure that holds or stores that water and reticulate it to where it is used. The total water demand in this country currently stands at 272 million cubic meters per year. The demand is expected to increase to 340 million cubic meters per year by 2035. On the other hand, the current supply status is estimated at 225 cubic meters in a year for all the sectors of the economy. Domestic water supply stands at 112 million cubic meters, with average water losses from our supply systems standing at 35%. The main water sources are groundwater, surface water, and wastewater. Approximately 10% of the total treated wastewater generated in the country is being utilized for non-potable use. This is what we see, for example, in Glen Valley. The ministry continues to engage in dialogue in collaboration with other member states, particularly those related to water shared costs. This country is a member to 4 water commissions: the Limpopo Water Commission, the Orange Senku Water Commission, sometimes referred to as Orascom, the Permanent Okavango River Commission, and the Zambezi Watercourse Commission. The ministry is spearheading the process of Botswana acceding to the United Nations 1992 Water Convention, which will contribute significantly to trans-boundary watercourse cooperation and improve national attempts and measures for protection and management of trans-boundary surface waters and groundwater. There has been a feasibility study that was conducted for the development of the Chobe Zambezi Water Transfer Scheme. The Chobe Zambezi is the water basin that is administered by the ZAMCOM Commission, one of the 4 commissions that I mentioned. ZAMCOM is owned or managed by 7-8 countries. I'm saying 7-8 because one of the countries is not yet a ratified member, but it's a riparian state in the fact that that water passes through the country as well. So Botswana wants to develop this water transfer system after having requested from the other riparian states to abstract water from the Chobe Zambezi. A request that was acceded to. The country, or Botswana, what we were asked to do by the other riparian states was to produce what we call operating rules for the proposed water transfer scheme. These are meant to guide abstraction of water during the low and high flows of the Chobe Zambezi system, and to ensure that the river basin is healthy all the time, regardless of whether the flows are high or low, or whether it's during the wet season or drought season. We have developed these operating systems, rules, in the just ended ZAMCOM meeting, which was held in Namibia early this year. We presented those operating rules to the Council of Ministers of ZAMCOM. And there will be an extraordinary meeting that will be called to conclude those operating systems, which will allow us to implement the project that I have just mentioned. We were allowed by the Commission to abstract annually 495 million cubic meters of water from the Chobe Zambezi. So this is a project that will be developed very soon. It's a project that has been blessed, if I may use that word, by 7 other riparian states that owned the Chobe Zambezi waters. Under the Orascom Water Commission, this is the commission which we share, or the waters that of Limpopo River that we share with South Africa, Zimbabwe, and which one? And Mozambique.
Thank you, correct, PS. Orascom is South Africa. It's the Orange River, not the Limpopo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes. So under Orascom, that water commission, a pre-feasibility study has been done for the development of Lesotho Botswana Water Transfer Project, and this was signed and has been completed in 2024. The conveyance route and the site have been identified and confirmed by all parties. The environmental and social studies for the project are still ongoing. The detailed designs are scheduled to be completed, are yet to be completed, and this will be followed by financial mobilization, which was done, I think it was in March. There was an investor conference which was held in Lesotho, organized by Orascom. Orascom Secretariat has facilitated resource mobilization from international cooperating partners, such as the United Nations, and to construct 2 desalination plants at a cost of 6 million, Rapolspan and Stratendam, with a view to improve the community's livelihoods. Here I'm just trying to indicate what so far we have benefited as a country as a result of being members of Orascom. So these 2 communities, Rapolspan and Stratendam, have benefited in the sense that the desalination plants have been constructed from funds mobilized by Orascom. And these have been handed over to Botswana government in November 2023.
County officer, we have taken quite a long time.
Sorry, sir?
I'm saying we've taken quite a long time in the presentation. I know I had urged you to be elaborate, but may you now begin to bottle the edges and we go towards the conclusion in the interest of time.
Thank you, sir. Let me move to the sanitation portfolio and indicate that as a country, we have not been budgeting for sanitation, development of sanitation infrastructure as much as we did for the potable water infrastructure. But recently we have seen a shift. For example, we have the Kanya Sanitation Project, we have the Maung Sanitation Project, and one in Molepolole. So there has been a shift in that area, and this will is necessary so that the country adheres or meets the SDG 11 more especially. So there's a lot of work that is ongoing on sanitation, being development of strategies and implementing them, and of course, as I said, slowly but for sure, shifting or introducing sanitation in our budget. For the water infrastructure, sir, allow me to speak to the projects that are ongoing or that have been completed. In terms of water and sanitation projects, Maung Phase 2, which was unbundled into 4 contracts, as well as Kanya Sanitation, are substantially done, and the residents have started deriving beneficial use from both schemes in the form of potable water supply as well as sewage connections. The Maung Water and Sanitation Phase 2, Contract 1, which is the extension and upgrading of water distribution network and sanitation reticulation to Maung buildable area. It's a project that is ongoing and almost is nearing completion. Let me just summarize by saying all the 4 Maung water projects, 2 contracts are done. The remaining 2 are at 99% and 97% respectively. The one that is at 98, 97 is where we are waiting for Botswana Power Corporation to connect the boreholes to electricity, and they have already sourced a contractor. So it's something that is about to be completed. And on Monlepulule Khamononyane NEC connection project has been completed also in February 2024. Moshopa Sanitation Project completed and commissioned. And I don't know whether I should mention all of them, but I can just summarize, say.
Yeah, please summarize, because we have taken quite a bit of time.
Our water projects, most of them are completed. The ones that are ongoing are just a few, and there are some that we are unable to start because of budgetary constraints.
You could just summarize those, and then we... The ones that we have completed, I think you're fine, and then you go to the ones that are ongoing and the ones that you cannot continue with because of money problems.
The ones that are ongoing, is some part of projects in Molepolole. We are unable to award the remaining parts of contracts in Molepolole because of budget constraints. And there's a project also that is under litigation in Kalahari North that we have not been able to award. We have water challenges in Molepolole, in Ramotswa, in Muchudi, in Kanye, and mostly, as you can tell, I'm mentioning big villages, is because of the old infrastructure. For example, water has reached Kanye, but we are now rehabilitating the infrastructure to make sure the reticulation reaches the households. But also is because of the new extensions or the new areas where new plots are being allocated. We have not been able to reticulate to that. And with the funds committing, those are the projects that are in the pipeline. So I submit. I submit, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I guess towards the end, really you were summarizing, and because of the pressure of time, we will now start the engagement, and maybe just to preface the engagement by saying that really these are two huge areas, land and water. And I would implore members to be as brief as they possibly can, but I know it's very difficult when dealing with land and water matters to be brief. And like yesterday, I will allow 3 questions per member. And so please prioritize the questions so that we don't spend the whole day in one ministry. The executive summary remains very important. It remains very important because we are examining 21, 22 books. These are old books, but the executive summary gives us a window into discussing the present and the future. I always want to emphasize that, honorable members and county officer. I will now call upon Honorable Mwalusi to start the engagement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning. The housing fund. I didn't hear you mention anything about it. Hore, ibereka yang ina lebo kahe, madiate yang akahe, harbata wana di statement sa tendika arga di bona kahe. Thank you.
this issue of rationalization is creating a very huge problem for us. But we are dealing with 21, 22 books, right? So you are comfortable with answering for the issues of land as well as issues of water, because even in the executive summary, she was covering both.
Yes.
Yes.
That's why I was saying, well, is she comfortable to answer for all?
Yes, and she would be comfortable, maybe supplemented by because even the presentation suggests that she's covering land issues and water issues, and as a result, we really are dealing with her. And then, as and when it becomes important or necessary, we shall call upon Rabine to supplement or add or even help. So yes, housing fund, you were on it. He's talking about the housing fund.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, I've heard the question of the Honorable Member, and my answer is technical advisor will advise. Oh, I know you're not advising me, but the committee. The housing portfolio, say, will be reported by Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure. It's in this ministry as per the current rationalization, but the reporting of it will be done by the previous ministry where it was. But if you want to know the current, we have a budget for what previously used to be called the SHA. So it's for 10 key, it's for improvement. I don't remember the amount. Is it 1 million? 193 million. Yes. That's for 10 key and home improvement. So it's just for this financial year.
le fund creatileng ka 2015 ke government gore e bidwa the housing fund ke yone ke botsang ka yone.
Yes. He's talking about a fund here with a fund order that he thought maybe you'd speak to it, but you have not mentioned it.
Okay, sir. I have not mentioned it because it has not been transferred to us as yet, sir.
So as we speak, it is sitting with infrastructure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Last year, when the new government came in, Nebataka a decentralization policy, where they, I think one of the results, the clinic central government, the local counseling. Luna is a ministry looking at that policy. Do you have any plans to decentralize the land boards? Look at the land board is on Liangwa, the sub-land board 15, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And all the decisions are made in Sorowe, covering a vast area, even the budgeting. Madiaya and Elwang is not proportional to the land that they manage. And so it leads to a lot of inefficiencies in land allocations. Under that 100,000 plot plan, because of these inefficiencies of having one land board covering a huge area. So our decentralizing policy, highly decentralizing
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, with your permission, I request that I give it to the PS responsible for lands and agriculture because it's a new dispensation.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's fine. Finance Director, we shall be moving you quite a bit, but I would advise that Mr. Ivine occupy that seat for some time. Mr. Ivine.
Chairman,
Honorable member. Position is to rationalize it, but we are not at the point where authority for us to disaggregate it's a mail and le my dijalo there's going to be an impact more the Tribal Territories Act. So there are a number of things related to the resources. Say no gore le hande re ka eletsa ni bile tota se gore mono wa gore gongwe go decentralize we re gana na lone re ka se re khone go dira at this point in time. Ni mogopolo wa gore re ka tisa efficiency ka tsela entseng jang re bile yone size ya land body gore ha o le bile yone ngwato ya ka ngwe ba tlotegi ba itse kana ke land body ke yone tona e nna di sabu di le 15 jaanong go tsamaisa di sabu tsone tseo ka mokgwele gore re ntse mo gone ka re mo gone gompieno go a bona le hela gore go na le dingwe tse tshwanang gore di hetolo gore hela in summary chairman kare there is a case for rationalization, but there are certain processes in which the authority and consultations that have to be undertaken. You
are pointing particular to the Tribal Territories Act.
It's
that is also one of the obstacles and challenges to the achievement of decentralization.
No.
Honourable Member?
I follow up to that because really change. On our Tribal Territories Act, like I want to mention, is there any process, a similar thing, a consultation, a change, or no? Government means they are change you.
Mo kiri agenda kana mo session ya gompieno ga gona sepe se no gore se draft le se no gore sta go cabinet but go akanya gore go na le impact e re facilitate during the process here NDP 12 that is ongoing. So we assist with as a ministry. Total impact here members will recall recently, as in 2-3 weeks ago, tautuna na khona le sebaka se go kopana le ngwato land board ko Phalape jaanong gone go meeting weno kanyone le tse dingwe tse di tsamaelanang le di-size tsa di-land board gore o ka nna thelela gore go na le land board a re tseye gore e tshwanang ya tlokweng ke yone hela e ntse jalo because of the size mo gongwe o ithelela gore di-subland board in terms of resources tse di require which are tse ba di tlhokang le mo phara ja tsone di heta di-mainland board yaanong ke dingwe tsa dikgang tse e leng gore tota ga ke re gongwe re santse re le ba re bona gore go ka dirwa yang ke gore even allocation ya di-resources gore ha re lebile the bigger picture ya lehatshe lotlhe se se tshwanang ke gore se dirwa ke se e lebile se ka dirwa ka tsela e ntseng jang but go santse go le hela at early stages.
Gongwe ke re well ka araba le nela background but potso ene illustrate yala no kai heta ka yone re ne briefing ya mo dikarabo ka gore kgang ke gore Tribal Territories Act or mo gompieno a gona go pe a go suggestion gore ya bakang, so maybe it's up to our members also to bring private members bills.
But that Chair, right on that, can't they do an administrative change e ka dirang gore di land board tsena di netle o santse go letetswe the Tribal Territories Act? Is it wrong to do that? Administrative. Giving powers to your subland boards to make decisions. Tse leng gore ga dina go tlhoka gore di go bo mainland board and the like.
Yeah, I think it's quite a valid and fair question. In the meantime, can you then use administrative processes to empower land boards? That is what you are saying, Honorable?
Yes.
Yes. Is there anything wrong with that?
On the surface, it may appear there's not anything wrong or have any complications. But it must be remembered gore e ka mola Tribal Land Act e ntseng ka teng. The main land board ke tsone tse ileng gore di tshwara authority e tona. Kore ke batla go sekai sa gore ka ha kweneng gompieno yana re na le issue e leng gore mo processing ya gore go tsewe masimo mo bathong. The main land board e ne ya eletsa gore go tsewe masimo mo bathong ka thulaganyong, and then the sub-land board within the administrative aspect e be tsamaya go implementa ka ha e leng gore implementile ka teng go sa tsamaelane le spirit sa authority ne le gore the main land board e batla go e dira. It has resulted in a number of court cases and issues where we are busy trying to resolve. So because of that complication, that administrative aspect is a leveled in impact is not something that we think we can do now.
Honourable members, I think we would appreciate the political dimensions of the Tribal Territories Act. And I don't think we want to spend a lot of time here trying to unravel them. I think it is quite very clear that it has very serious political dimensions that we may not deal with here. So if you allow me, Honourable Member, we can transition to the last question.
Me gongwe ke se ke hetela ka yona thata ke comment ela gore kana dingwe tsa di administrative processes go toa go reka metsi ela go reka di toiletry ko totome motho a emela ko totome ya go serwe ya go tsa di toiletry ya go tsa meal gate whatever you need in the office, paper, toners. So those are things that ile gore a di toke molao kana eng gore di change me ke heta ka yone kere go na le this issue ya SLT, secure land titles. Can officer Abu ona we are slower than anticipated. I think the right word is failed. Ka gore how tsa land body sub land body ya Marapong, they've only been able to print less than 30 out of over 10,000 applications. So you cannot say it's slower than anticipated. Yeah, because this is a failed project. What are you going to do now? But the certificate, when I got the certificate or about the new titles, and nothing is happening. What is the plan? Because I can't slow me who fate and how if it is okay, what are the bottlenecks? Because now from the feedback that I get from land board officials, Matata Kiko is registered. You have 2 offices that are registered for the whole country. So all these files from all these 61 constituencies, and then you don't have enough officers to really deal with this load of information that is coming. So what is the new plan? Because this one is a failed project.
County officer.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for your question. Sir, we will not and we cannot say the project is a failed project. Maybe we are not elaborative in sharing what or why the project started. It started with a LAPCAS, which for sure some people say LAPCAS has failed. But we want to indicate that LAPCAS entailed a lot of components. There was training that was done. There were systems that were developed. The systems that I mentioned earlier, the system at the Department of Surveys and Mapping, the land information system, even the system at DITS where the certificates or the land titles are printed. It was a newly developed system. Even the configuration and the development of the secure land title itself to adhere or to meet the security systems, international security systems, and as well as speak to the Botswana needs. It's a certificate that was developed specifically for this country, and our officers had to go for training for those. And we have also to ensure that there's a secure storage for those certificates. They are not just stored like any normal paper. So there's a lot of work that has been done in that area. And as to the bottlenecks, I mentioned some of them briefly in the executive summary, Honorable Member, that most of our documents or data in the files in the land boards, they are manual and they ought to be automated. So we have to scan every file before its certificate can be printed. And we have challenges where we have missing information in the files. There was a time in 2021-22 for BOTSWANA to come and update the files, which enabled us and helped us to push further in printing the certificates. So at the moment, I also want to assure the honorable committee that most of the work now that we are doing under LAPCAS or SLT is in-house. We are using the expertise that we have learned through all these trainings that have been going on since LAPCAS started to do everything that we are doing now through the Department of Surveys and Mapping, the Department of Lands, and the department that houses the land information system. We are aware of the financial constraints that the country is facing, and therefore we are trying by all means to do everything in-house to minimize the costs incurred. As to the way forward, how we are going to improve the SLT printing, I will request the accounting officer for the Lands and Agriculture to speak to the future of SLT printing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We were to go on the super, but was only held the tank and I can work it similarly because one piano, they are hotel in one village. I know out of about 500, they have delivered 3. So, Talos, I have our military one of the Toka Wiki was similar Kadiwakadi. Accounting officer from Lands and Agriculture.
Last deal. I think we are going to hela retshwantsho simolla ka yone ya gore dipalo ne re lebile di re ha kae gompieno, and then re be re ka dumelana hela gore ya ka mokalengwana a thalosa go na le dingwe tse e leng gore ga di a wela ka hanile gore ne re solofetse ka teng jaanong ke raya yana chairman gore mo bogompienong le ka ha re ne re lebile seemo ka teng le maabane ga o mpotsa potso ya gore re taboring se dile ka he ka ngwa ka December kana ka March ga nka ka kgona go ntsha karabo eo, mme hela se re ka dumelanang ka sone go gore sone
accounting office ke sone se re se tetseng. We are an oversight body. We want to at least get an indication. Yeah, in 6 months, in 12 months, in 2 years, one or the in your projections.
Can I have Chairman? Corey, this speaks to lack of planning. Corey, I can write the you. I will smile.
You will smile. Smile and go ahead, man.
Thank you, Chairman. Ground the history with or
smile.
Below Setiria Naila. Goro Haka Chairman Abu. Halakila Halakila Halakono Buare Totalita Kona Matata Ali. You should appreciate or it's a big problem. Let's read the documents it's about. And therefore, our motoka konora adri sell had silong way mama di banking and the such a bakunta was sell it already. Let's really yam matata, resort tabera conne, molibati lekan.
You have made your point.
And that's planning. That's planning.
You have made your point. And
thank you,
also, there is what is called projections. Right.
mo parlamente o dirile point ya gagwe jaanong nna se ne ke le ka go se tlhalosa ke gone gore ha re lebelela se ne se tlhalosiwa ke PS ka go tswa ko go labcas le ha e leng go ne ra ema ka yone teng go na le dilo tse dintsi tse e leng gore gongwe ka bone re di tshwaragantse tse e leng gore ga di a kgona gore di ka bo di tshwaragane tse dingwe di bata madi go bo e le gore di-SLT ga di a tswa ka palo e leng gore ne go builwe gore di ka bone di dule ka yone go na le mabaka gore ne ke rahela gore ke tlhalose gore se e leng gore gongwe ne e le tshologelo e le gore dilo di thomagana ka tsela e ntseng jaana gore ke tsaya gore ha jaaka bontsi ja ditsha tse e leng gore di ne di ka tswa di lebilweng di le mo tribal land di ne di tshwanetse go ka bone e le gore di from a planning point of view ka gore the whole country is a planning area di dirilwe hela tsotlhe di be di isiwa tsotlhe hela go surveys and mapping go bo go ya go listiwa including le gone information e tse re mo bathong jaaka ha na e tlhalosa information e yotlhe e tshwanela ke gore e tshwaragane gore e ye ko deeds ka e le pope jalo go tswa go ha re sena ona re nnalo re tla re boela go morago gone ke gore mme sa ga se mamang se ga ke gone mo e leng gore ka kgona go ntsha secure and title jaanong se ne ke se le ka go se tlhalosa ke gore because of bothata jone jo mo e leng gore dilo dingwe ga di ise di wele ga le mpotsa gore a re ka nna le ya ka re le go 16,800 a e ka re mo ka December re be re le mo go 30,000 kana 40,000 gone ka motsotsone o yana ga ke bone gore tabele boammaaruri gore ke le re ke re number ya teng ke seo se ne ke le ka go se tlhalosa ke gore because of bothata jone jo bo leng teng re rulagantse gore maphata a rona ke gore ke surveys and mapping ba deeds Department of Lands tota le tsone di land board re bone gore re ka tshwaragana jang gore go ha re le ke gore re go baakanye re go rarabolle re tle re kgone gore re ne le yone karabo yone
e re bine o bone hela ke mo khaye gore I can't promise anything gore o ra jalo
ka dialo ha le bata boammaaruri
chairman
gore ke ha o reng tota ka go ntseng ka teng ha o leng teng ha o kgone go projecta sepehela o lebile semo go bogolo ja tiro e tshwantse go dirwe e hapela ga lona. I think that is what you are saying, and we are proceeding to another level. We are not happy with that because we are on oversight.
Chairman.
Who is calling chairman?
Mabeo. Erra. May I?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, ke berekile go Ministry of Lands. In fact, I was on this project, so I know a lot more. I'm a bit worried ka dikarabo tse ke di boneng gampieko le ka fotsa mangateng. I think bo PS ga ba tlhamelle mo boammaruring ba bua di excuse tse dintsi ga ba tsepame mo boammaruring. Ke na di putso tse di le mmalwa tse ke ka di botsang ka this SLT because ga ke tswa mo ministry wa chairman
a dira yana matore ne re dumalana gore na le tsamaiso re tlo e dirisang mare tere go letelela gore ha ya no nako ya go etsena o iphike ha re
I'm happy with that
o iphike ha re togetseng teng tere ibalele mo dikganyeng tsa mo dipotsong tsa gago
I'm happy with
we will allow you to revisit it. Tota se neng se supagala jaanong ke gore ra itshware ha ka ke a kgona gore neela di-number. I don't think any amount of probing will help him to give us the numbers. Mme o lebega ka ska di provide. What that then suggests ke gore tota gore le ena wa bona gore go bonya hela mo gakgamatsang wena ne gore go holoditse me eno bona go le bonya mo eno o palwa le ke gone go bua di-number. Let's progress.
Sorry, Chair.
I want you to make this work easy for me because when we started we agreed on certain rules. So ke bona o ka re le tswa pelo tata.
Yani ke suggest a way forward mo go yona. Gore he might not be able go ka araba gone jana but a re kope report mo go ena go nna ha tsa tare he report hela ya di figure gore ha gona mo go tweng ga nka ke ka solohetsa sepe o tshwanne ke gore under circumstances o borra gore ga gona sepe se ka kgona go se dira in 2 years kana in 2 years ga ke lebile circumstances nka kgona 5 or 10. We have to get some figures.
Good advice. Good advice, your friend. That I think how maybe how have advice in Zalo. We'll propose a way forward. Kita go retsa thata o propose a way forward. This applies to all of you. Honorable.
Negere kala me system yone ya SLT is ha ke bata nna ke ka gore ke na le madi ke gona go hira private surveyor aba go nthusa be ke se printelo ya no kana ba ganne gore bolela gore botlile ke ha kae mme kole di bodibang tse ba ra o se bata e patela surveyor a go surveyla sa go re ta se go printela is that true?
I can need to kana ya ga ke na le madi nga tsama kana ya motho re direla ba madi hela
kana ke yone bothata jo nne ke le ka go boka gore go na le mo ene gore go ka kgona ga halela gale ya no kana the main objective is ka nna gore yo a le mongwe hela ka mpo ba le babedi ba ene gore ngwe ba ka itirela gongwe go boka dirwa la bone kganye tona hela ke gore it should to be available to mongwe le mongwe ke sone se ile gore nna nne nka dumelana le se nne mo parlamente ke kgonegile a bua ka sone gore gompieno gongwe le ha ile gore le letsa gore ke boele go lona in 3 or 4 weeks mpha nako gore ke teke he answer hele ene gore e ka nna mosola
ro hana go o comfortable kana go e ka he
mpha kgwedi hela ke teke se report
re go right ro ha kgwedi
ke a leboga
go botsa report e we nela our secretariat
ke a leboga
honorable members report it at in a month and let us studies we are moving on to honorable Mutawasani.
Thank you, Chairman. Sometimes the follow-up a question sometimes has a package. So allow me to ask my questions
honorable members, Harris Mulula. By longer, how Moto Tabarik, and I put me and I live on about 10. You know, when I'm already existing. Mitchell, I grew up with you at Sote, but so home Karawet and how Helalio.
Thank you, Chair. PS, can I go PS? Naki Ketatagota meets. A typical example, we have just completed Mulepulole. You mentioned that from Hamulonyan to Mulepulole. Metia tinku Mulepulole. But Habona Hali mo Mumuti because of the old infrastructure and the like. Kika Batahuitore, Ore Be Mutilem Ore, Honem Mehela. Overall, the potable water that we are providing to the nation, how much of it is lost because of the infrastructure in leakages, and how does this impact on your finances as a ministry? As much as Kidumela Hore Metia do Kekona, I don't know hell on a shortage in Tiamit. These leakages, how long does it take you to detect the leakages, and what are you doing to mitigate on these leakages? I'm saying this because there was a talk about some detecting machines. There's a company in Ibuakaho who provide those machines. Detect a lot of it underground. Therefore, that company was like to provide such a technology. Are you amenable to sourcing such machinery to try and detect the leakages as early as possible for your action? And okay, then I'll get to the second question.
No, we're not so the hit hell. Would you what's so terrible? tsholegetso ya go e tsokala hela mo motsotso. So go ahead and answer. O ka araba.
Ne ke kopa o ra re betle ke tsena, ha ke re tla be ke tsena mo question 2. Thank you.
Ra ke a go utlwa ka re no ke lo ntshologetsa gore o tla di soboka hela tsote bo ba araba gangwe hela, but anyway we alterile a strategy. Re ka tswela pele PS.
Thank you.
Or PSS.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Member for the question. You are asking about water losses and the financial impact of the water losses. And I want to start by indicating that it's a general trend that we see across all government infrastructure, that we develop infrastructure, but we do not budget for maintenance. So the water infrastructure has also suffered in that regard. Our water infrastructure is very old, especially in the old and big villages like Molepolole, Kanye, Tamaha, Muchudi, and so on and so forth. Others, for example, in Muchudi, you'll find that the infrastructure or the pipes that were used then, they were the correct diameter at the point of development. But now the village has grown, the population has grown, and the amount of water that is needed is more than what can pass through the pipe. And therefore, the pipe is restricted to meet the demand. So I'm trying to say that the infrastructure suffers in two folds, that the pipes have become too small to carry the demand, the volumes that are demanded by the population that has grown, and the infrastructure also has dilapidated.
How much water are you losing?
In the report, I said 35%, but we are talking about the 35% that we see on the ground. But really, sorry, sir?
In monetary terms, how much money are you losing?
I don't have that figure, sir.
You don't have the figure?
Yes, but okay. we also have to note that the money that we lose under potable water is not only the water that we lose through leakages. It's also the water that we provide through bowsing. That water is not paid for. Yeah, we transport it to where it is needed at the cost of fuel, of the vehicle, the tires, and the overtime by the drivers. And that water is money, and it's not paid for. So we lose both on leakages and also on bowsing.
To give guidance on that one, I understand. Yes. But I wouldn't really call that one as losing potable water, because you are actually giving it to the people. You are doing your service, regardless of when it's not paid for. I understand the issue there, but my main interest is how much part of the water that is lost into the ground. And if you are talking 35%, what is the approximate amount of money that would be attached to that kind of loss?
Please address that one. If you are not able to do it, you
can give it to us
later.
We can provide it at a later stage. If at least I had the monetary terms in terms of per liter, then I could. But we can provide it at a later stage, Chairperson.
Please provide it at a later stage. It's important. So
yes, sir.
The amount of loss can be determined.
With the answer for.
He talked about technologies that could be employed to detect leakages. And
what the honourable member is talking to is something that the ministry with its parastatal water utilities corporation looked into. But At the moment, it was piloted in Kanye and Molepolole. Is something that we will roll out so that we can be able to. Because, for example, in Kanye, there were instances where through that technology, we could see media into those pipes, and therefore constricting the flow of water. So it's something that we will roll out.
We got your second question, Tom Thousand.
Me on that one, I think this technology is very, very important because that water that we are losing underground, you are inefficient. Like you said, also mention already, the carrot that you can come up pipe, okay.
Yes,
The next question. This spatial plans, they are normally done in a sequence of about 5 years, near. A lot of times, the spatial plan is done, completely. When you have 5 years, especially like in towns. I see that more often in towns, or what like Kaburun, for instance. What like a plan, but these spatial plans, what is really the problem? We have been talking a lot about surveying the land. You acquire the land today, then you are taking the land that you have acquired to councils. Physical planners. Why don't you solicit so that immediately when you acquire the land, you automatically do everything, at least to speed up the process of allocation. You have acquired land in Kumakwani, but Kumakwani more than 17 years. So level as a ministry. So what's really the problem that is follow the spatial plans?
You have asked your question, Honorable. Spatial plan, non-implementation, why? Sabobedi, fiscal planners involvement, idea, Haditha, as is the case in Kumakwani. There's a conference between the PSs here. No, but it's okay. We are in charge. We are fine.
Chairman, kana ke khanyele wa kana le future gore ra go ira yang tota go a go pele. Me ke dumela gone gore go bua maruri ra go a diega ke ra gore ya ka hantse re sna go dira yone the National Spatial Plan. Just the implementation of it as a policy, I think, has been an issue. Because from a planning point of view, has now na idiro go gote la hatsekile are bone gore go nna di resources tse ile gore re ta go tsamaisa jana, including go tsamaya go go physical planning go improve the processes. We have not provided for that. We tell a gore jaanong ha re tshwanetse gore dire yone efficiency ile gore e tshwanetse gore e tswe ka go ga go a lekana. Jaanong ke sengwe se ile gore re ne re ntse re se buisana le PS wa ka go local government gore ke ha se ka ihela gompieno ka yone this 100,000 bonno project gore gongwe le ha re sena ona re ntse re bona gore bonno bo ka bonwa ha kae go a go tsaya yone la kwa gore di plan di a go turn around mo nakong e kae go a go ama dikgantsa bo land servicing gore gongwe ko special planning point of view le ha tsele le suitable for this and not the other gongwe le ha tsela teng le sa serviceiwa ka gore ha go a gondiwa le bonno go batla gore re baakanyetsa gore go te go nne le dishopo go nne le dipatela go nne le jalo yaanong go baakanyetsa tsone dilo tse ke sengwe se e leng gore I don't think we have done well ya ke gore ke acknowledge gore yes go a diega go na le ha go diegang teng mme ebile go kgona go cause frustration mo go some people mo e leng gore le gore re na le case ke batla go haela e nngwe hela ya masimo gore yes masimo a ka kgona go tsewa ke land board a ba a convertiwa a ba ka kgona gore a thabololwe mme pele ga go a go dira se e leng gore wa se dira o tshwanela ke gore o hete ka council even though land board has enabled when as an individual o kgona go go physical go ba physical planning bo ba ka gore go tlhokagana le se pele ga re ka se go direla heta ka ko land board gore go nne jang ya no motho ta ba re nya go ha in terms of the plan development plan ga go tule go ka nna ga nna multi use go ka nna ga huamanto teng so lona ka gore tshimo ine ile yami kana go ga gona dispute gore ke yami me ke gela gore ke dire ka tsela entseng jang why should I wait for anything else ke sa simolle gore tshimo yone ke mo go yone ke be ke re setsa yo le ke re setsa yo so there are all these processes tse leng gore di ya go pele di ya go morago tse leng gore tota re tlhoka gore di baakanye
gore seo se buang gore le yone bonno project e ka nna frustrate ya ke di processes. Is that what you are saying?
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to add to what PS has already said, to indicate that in 2021, that which Honorable BOTSWANA is talking to, something that we thought of transferring the planners, which are in the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs, to the Ministry of the then Lands and Water Affairs. But then the planners which are in that ministry, they are not only doing these components that you are talking to. They do other works which require them, when they are done, to present to the full council. So the hiccup there was how do we separate them to the authority that takes decision before implementation. So the way forward, we believe, is for the three ministries to increase efficiency in the way we work together. For example, in the Bonno, as you say, Chairperson, we are working with the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs and Ministry of Lands and Agriculture. They are providing the land, and the land boards, they do all the necessary steps to acquire the land, to survey and everything, and the councils do the planning aspect of it. I do think that we cannot have a scenario where we have I don't know what to call it, a perfect something, where you will find that a particular function sits somewhere else and is needed in Ministry X. So what is important is for the ministries to work together. After all, we are one government. I thank you, sir.
So you are assuring us that Bonno will not be hampered by these processes?
Not at all, sir.
Okay.
We are already in sync.
Honorable
Thank you, sir.
Your last question, I know you sneaked in the 2.5, but your last one.
Thank you. Me, PS, I'm worried. I'm worried because, you know, my main worry is on the acquisition of land. After the land boards have talked to the field owners, the process of compensation takes forever. And this end up either some kind of money or economic losses to the field owners. One, for 10 years, compensate. And this thing economically ga gona income e tsena mo go ene a ka nantsa le ma dira eng go lo mo le go le ba jang because your land boards bare for instance kweneng bare there is only one officer o e leng gore ke ene reng ga ba sena ba buisana be ba isa ko go ene ke ena tsa man di subland bodies so tsa kweneng a ya go kore e nna ena a le kang go quantify kana go dira madi a e leng gore ke one a go compensate a ba tsa forever go mo le lona go ministering le re madi ga ayo but the owners of the fields batho ba modimo ba ho ba itshopere ga ba hiwe le hatsi ga ba dirise le hatsi le setse le mo go bone ke mo go le skele ba letlela gore until re go duela ke gono o bo tlogela go dirisa le hatsi o ha le tsa mo go bone for instance silitsimo a ba go bewa a se go fola line koneng because the livelihood ya gagwe completely is a thola ile teng because of go tloka go dirisa le hatsi lone le
You have made your point on that.
ke wele ka gore like for instance on your page 4 ya nenyane ya summary on a this system ya 1 hectare fields tota why are we calling this gore ke masimo a hectare ke go mo re ka go bitsa ngala re regadi gona le gore be re bitsa masimo e be le gore go mo go mo go tsisitseng the issue ene buwa ke PS e bineng ana ya mo go ditshane batho ya no di officer ra ndi taboga di a go reka le hatsele leng gore government nna batla go le rekela batho be ba le kgaoganya ka ditokinyana tsa bo 1 hectare e be go bidiwa gore ke tshimo a ba go ntsha di plot the compensation in kind a ba ira gore ena e go tsa 6 plot out of 1 hectare so hana le 10 hectares we can a tshotse masimo di plot di le bo 24 mo 10 hectares government o sala ka eng ke tsone dilo tse ke buang ka tsone tsena gore gongwe le se ka sešwa ya go bitsa tshimo 1 hectare le re ke tshimo ke yone kgang e ntshwentseng yana ke ra gore
Honorable Mutawasani, you have made your point quite very clearly. You're now getting into the repetition mode. Can we get them to answer your questions? Very clear, fair questions. Please.
Di tamaletse ka gore one madi nna ke a itse gore ga e bile ke bone gore ga e go ntse go thaela batho ba complain le baka ga ke le bone la gore ke eng ka skere le ha go dumalanye gore go motshimo e ka tsewa motho a bana ma sa dirise. That is something that we are going to revisit because ha se yo madi mitsimo ile ho ga ke ya ema hela we have to find a way around it e nngwe ke a leboga mo parlamente ka gore tota ya raba e ne botswa ke mo parlamente mo alusika ha ke ne ke bua ka issues sa administration gore the main land board e ne ikaela jana go bo go irahala se sele jaanong kana so that gongela gore la appreciate but the evidence on the ground and what we are dealing with is that we diredi jarona we diredi jana onne e le nna le ene le modiredi le ba se se ne se diragala gore ha se mo intse yalo ba ba itseng gore go decide le gore go a go ira yang ke a go reka ya 20 hectares ke be ke tla le batho ba meka re a go aphiera go bodile ke be ke ba re editse ba ene gore ba eletsa gore ba nne le lehatsi ke be ke kopa bodi ba lebile le bone gore e kopile jana ba le bo ba bona bodi in nela di certificate ke be ke hitsetsa go bone hela ha ke tswa gone ho e mo tsena mo stilong wa ikana o dira hela jalo so what was intended se be simolla se dubega go dira budiredi go tswa ho lona ka go lona ba ileng gore ke lona di board member kana di subland board member leta go nna gone ka so 101 sa lona le be le dire ne thulaganyo ene yana ibu yana these are some of the things that have to be looked at ne ke batla hela go confirm gore ha ke ne ke re there are certain things that should not be lebelelwe ne ke ra tsonetse but as for ne ke hete hela ka ya gore as for tse di admin mo parliament mo alusi tse tsa bo di toilet paper tsa go nna jalo nya tseo ga se kgang ra ba kanya gore re se ka ra nna le issue tseo se tsebile tota re dumalana ka tsone gore nya ga ke ga emela gore go e gore kwa molore o thapang diata gore kwa go serue batho ba le ko marapong.
Batho ba le ko Phakwe. Mare re tsena mo go Honorable Digwa go nnile le kopo e ya gore go tla tsena ene pele.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ke ne ke re accounting officer, we have a very big challenge mo lehatsheng la rona. Ha o lebella go di-mine, o lebella go tourism, o ithela le gore all the benefits ga di filwe ke batho ba the communities that are there. They don't feel them. Ha o bua ka tourism, the impact ya tourism mo bathong ba feela hela only the damages tse di diragala mo lehatsheng la bona. But ha mo botshelong jwa bone ga ke itse gore in your view tourism how does it contribute to address issues of poverty and inequality mo di communities tse di leng go tsone. Ke bona di concessions ha the hunting concession, the tourism concessions, and how the level they generate a lot of income, and the income, how does it trickle to the communities? Di ba thusa ka tsela e ntse ya.
Gone ha motho a reditse o ka nna tsa gore ke ya e tsenang ya tourism.
Yeah, kia concessions, tourism concessions.
Okay, why you are bringing it in because of the concessions. Tsa buileng ka tsone gore di lebega ke di benefita bone ba di concession rather than the people.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your question and for the concern that you have raised. Let me answer by indicating that the exercise which was done in 2021 was to address exactly that, to make sure that the concession areas as we have them, especially in the northern part of the country, that we allocate or give a big number of them to the citizens, with the realization that what you narrated was pertaining then. In the executive summary, I do not have the numbers, I don't know if the director can help, of the increase in the citizen-owned or citizen-operated concessions or properties there in the north that have that has resulted from the exercise that was carried out in 2021. The other thing that happened was also to give the communities that muscle and that power to operate that trust to the extent that they are now allowed to directly sublease, enter into subleasing to operators without the control that was then with the Department of Lands. So they can directly source the operators, sublease to them, and control the lease agreement between the two. So we do believe that there has been an improvement, and of course more can be done. Thank you, sir.
Ha ke go tlhaloganya ha o re go na le improvement because o bona area ra tse go na le di concessions there. Ke gone ko ile gore ha o bua ka poverty o bua ka gore batho ba te ba bolwa ke tala ile gore a kwa ha o bua ka unemployment. Those are the most affected areas. So o ka re tlhalosetsa gore what have you done so far go bona gore you address already issues on it in those communities, because they don't feel gore go na le di concessions gone. Now I'm from one of these areas. Me, I've never felt the concessions when they address the issues of poverty in my area. How about the parliament to pay to the polo concession? But tourism is generating a lot of income and is one of the maybe second contributor to GDP. But rural communities, concessions, we don't feel gore go ntse yang. Where does money go? Ha ile gore ha e kgone go thusa gone go di-concessions di nnang teng. Is this fair? Ke ra gore wena ha o e lebelela wa setsa seemo se wa itse a ke re gore lo collecta bokae madi a ya kae. Then wena go le fair mo the communities tsone tseo tse di nnang mo seemong sone se di tshelela mo go sone.
Honorable, I would suggest that you pursue that one with the same amount of vigor would rely on labor tourism. That is my advice, and they are coming after lands and water affairs. Would you agree with me?
I can have a tata.
And no mention the concession, but in terms operationally, to tabat baba dila the concession ikiba tourism.
Badila le allocation of lahats.
Okay.
Bale badila le running the tourism business.
Okay.
Ya no bona badila le bo di lease tse di yang go di community tse di yang go di trust tse di yang go ba gwebi. I think that's the point.
Okay.
Okay.
No ke ayuta ne butwa ke to kareno o ganela mo gore nga renya me ba lekile gore ba bele di communities di concession. So that is how communities benefit, but
Kara gore go swantse go tlhalosiwa gore ha go te go abelwa di communities concession go te wa bomang.
Yes.
Because o ta bua o wa abela di community a gora go birwa ke ma ba abetsweng di concession.
Yes,
Ra gore go swantse go tlhaloganya gone mo gore ha go di concession ya abetswe batho ta ithe gore ga go buiwe ka bone batho ba ile gore ba affectwa ke they live in this area.
Okay.
Gongwe ke kae thusa ka yone go araba yana mo tlotlegi. Concern ya ga motlotlegi is very valid. Ya gore a batho go ha ba benefit ya no going forward. We are looking at it gone gore ha le gore re neela di citizens tsa Botswana gote le hiwa goga. Yo ba go bereka le ene ba go bereka le ene ka tsela e ntseng jang. Go re gona le thulaganyo ya gore ba environment ya ka ha o bua chairman ba ka ta go advise gore dilo tse di ka tsamaisiwa ka tsela e ntseng jang. Me from an Economic Inclusion Act point of view le benefit ya the communities tse di ho kampo yo neetswe re tshwanne go re ne le thulaganyo ya gore re itse gore ke ha se ka e here gore ha ile gore batho ba neetswe le hatse e be le gore go a saenwa gore ba ta neelwa 10 million pula ngwaga le ngwaga. Ga ke ke re batho ba teng gongwe le community e ne gore na batho ba le 300 or 400 bo ba simela ba go bereka go ipelegeng go sena clinic ya go bone. Jaanong I think this is what he is saying. Jaanong ka re ba tang go engage na le batho ba ka teng ke gore re bereke le mo dis mo goreng nya batho ba na le right madi a buang ka one a gore ha o se go na le concession go operate go buiwa ka bo ma $200 million le gore gompieno yana sa tseno ga ke bua le wena motho wa go robala gone ka kwa ka $25,000 US a night. What he is asking for, what is being done about that? These are the issues telling gore in the new formulation and in our conversations about the environment are boneng gore the benefits they actually trickle down to these communities, and how do we facilitate them? Even though tourism make a advisor ka ha gore ya advisor ka teng a re making sure gore sengwe le sengwe le di contract le se ba se neetswe sa go ba protect. So ka mkhuswane hela nkare go na le a problem ya gore Botswana perhaps have not been benefiting to the extent that they ought to, and between ourselves and Ministry of Environment go ha go tshwana go re improve mme bile tota le bone ba ha re ntse re renewa yana ka gore ba ntse ba ta go ngongorega ya ka mokauleng wa ana a thalosa gore a re ba reneweleng bone ba reng business tsa bone di a threatenega re ntse re ba bontsha mabaka one ga ke itse gore go a thusa, but that's how we feel batho ba neetsweng di concession should benefit, because that agitsa ngami hela that's a world hatiking ke asset. There must be a return e boelang kgaolo yone, and there's not enough that se sala mo kgaolo
bo gakolo di jo ke ne ke bo bona bo siame thata mme ne kere o ka re yana se honorable di go a tshwenyegang ka tsone gore di concession tse tsone mme di hiwa bo mang a mme o ka re o tsena mo mahelong a go bornya be di hilwe batho ke ba bosemama go tsa dintsi di hiwa bone ba le ba tanka madi a ke tswa ke yone ga ene o tare
ke yone gongwe ka gore gongwe re diegile mo go yone ga re ba indicate gape gore ga go te professional hunters go tewa bomang ga go te professional photographers go tewa bomang a batswana ba teng gone ba bonwa gone
batswana ba teng ga ba bona le ka bokete jo e leng gore re eletsa gore bo nne teng me ba teng me hela chairman se re kang go se bua gore he's got a point very valid ka gore a majority ya bone ba gore ba neelwa di lise gongwe go tase kwa e ka nna batswana but me ko bohelong a tota ba benefited to the extent that they should and we don't think so and that has to be corrected.
Le dira yang go correcta seemo seo gore batswana e nne bone ba e leng gore ba neelwa tsone di concession seo ka bontsi go na le ba batang ba tswa kong ka madimadi. You still use the community trust?
Go na le community trust le gone gore ha di community trust di le teng gore di nne le people who ba ba ka kgona go tlhaloganya gore ha go contractiwa kampo go engagana le bangwe di kgantse di metharang ke dihi le gone di tshwana go di tshwaro ka tsela e ntseng jang but gone ke gone ha re engagana le ba environment gore please let us make sure gore we are going forward we can manage better so that the communities in gore mo kana motho ha na netswe list aska go end up ile gore yanong ga go bona le hela sepeseleng gore was benefit amuti.
I think basically what we are saying is that you guys from the ministries should have a conversation lona le batho tourism go bona gore batho ba thusega yang bogolo jang ba tsong ba ready go a tshwenyegang ka bona. Ke a leboga. Ready go second question?
A leboga re ka e taela America kupa gore any intervention any project e dirwa a go lebelele gore does it address the issues of development kana empower batho ba ba tswa ko mahatsi a sele.
Your point is
ma putso a me tota ke batla tlhaloso hela mo go engwe re gompieno di plus ke bo 6 kilometers di diba 6 kilometers away from the other ones le hatse ga le gole population ya gola lo go reviewa le gore gongwe di plus in ne bo 4 kilometers ka gore bana ba tswang ko tase ba batla go simula di project and they have difficulties of acquiring land. So lo go lebella seemo se ja gore se kgone go respond to the needs tsa batswana.
Yes, very clear question. PSS, please respond. It's a question that really concerns a lot of people. Even before I came here.
4 kilometers or so.
Hey, I want to plan in the direction here to reduce sizes at the plaza, planning in the direction here, what's the distances between boreholes.
Ke le boga nngwe eo ke nngwe ya dintlha tse leng gore agricultural review policy review ne ke bua ka yone maabane ya go di cover ke ra gore ke concern million concern ya gore gone ha re dira jalo how are we also managing a situation e leng gore bangwe ba kgona go tshwara di plus tsa bo 8 by 8 motho ba re ya di kgomo le 200 mote kampo gongwe ba dira study breeding as I did throughput and go BMC. So these are some of the things they have to be looked at and done differently. And me home says got to sang piano, seriously living most of the leases say no the plastic most usually can get about 50 years. Some were issued in the 70s, 80s, so there's an opportunity to make corrections and we'll look at making sure regarding here.
Pongwe motho ka bata go itseela gore yone kgato yo le itsang yo ya go tsaya lebaka le kae re sologele dikarabo tse di siameng le
karabo ba di ke ke letseng ke hile maabane gore re ne re kopile gore di stakeholder ba khele re ne re ba hile go itlhela Sunday yo na heta di 18 tsa ga May gone gompieno yana re tsweletse ka go consolidate re lebile gore se se tswang mo re ta se tsa re sisa go cabineteng se be se kgona gore se go tsena ka parlamenteng ka boheo jo bo kgonega.
My last question still go na le concern hela e general ya di-communities konte, especially barui, ya di-water rights. Batho ka bontsi ba tshela mo gore mo go bapha le dinoka, then ba batla metsi gone ho go tswa ho mo gongwe dinoka di kgadile ba batla go phunya didiba gone ho ba tsaya metsi ba re thušiletsa ba isa ko nte, mme ba batla go move away from the tired road because go na le conflict gone ho gore ba batla go tsaya metsi gore ba tswe kgakala le dikontiri tse di thula dikgomo tsa bone tse di thula leruo la bone. Lo tsibogela yang kupo tsonetse tse di ntseng jang bogolo thata tse ke se lebileng gape go gore you will find that gone ko ba leng teng ko kwa batla go ruela teng ga o phunya metsi ke letswae hela metsi a bonwa hela along the river kona go leng botoka teng. So ba na le kupo tota gore gongwe ba thusiwe ka go letelwa go phunya didiba gone ho le go retušuleita metsi ba ise ko nne yani le ke go lo re bolele gore a lena lena le pele le gore le thusa gore to quicken the process.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your question. BOTSWANA are allowed to punya didiba, but it's didiba you have sipungwa ha ileng gore you have the right to the land. And the Water Apportionment Board, which is under the Ministry of Water and Human Settlement, ke yone e lebelang dikopo tsa gonna ya. So for me to own a particular Sidiba, that Sidiba is on a piece of land. And we are here with Ministry of Lands, the ministry that manages land. They have to consent with that piece of land before an individual can be allowed for a Sidiba Moholone. Because as we said, it has to be managed properly. If we leave it like that, everyone is going to request on a piece of land that is not his or hers, or probably on a piece of land that belongs to someone else, and then society conflict. So if the piece of land it belongs to that particular individual, the Water Apportionment Board looks at the proposal and gives them the permission to drill. Thank you, sir.
Clarify. If we are batho how ya go tsabo wa bona nuka ele ya go box pit how thato ga ro wa go phunya metsi go godimo kwa ke letswae hela so gore batho ba bone metsi ha ise ba phunya mo nukeng ene ga bana di rights tsa mo nukeng gone ho me le ruo le tshwantse gore le tshele. So ke ra gore what do you do mo seemo se sentse ya ga se bone hela le ha tshelo le telentse ya gona le dinuka ke gone go bona metsi te ko nte ko ga gona metsi ke letswaela. So ke ra gore ke tsa gore o lo tshela mo puso e lo itse gore ina le seemo sone le ha tshele le na le seemo sone se ile gore ga gona metsi go godimo metsi a go nukeng hela lo ba thusa ka tsela ntse ya because ga ke ba nna le di rights tsa go nukeng.
Thank you, sir. The Water Apportionment Board, it apportions water. And we indicated earlier on that we manage water that is underground and surface water. So the request can be handled by the Water Apportionment Board to assist the communities or the individual to have access to that water.
Thank you very
much. We manage every drop of water, regardless of whether it's underground or on the surface. Thank you.
Metsi a se letswa ya mo a go bapa le noka a be ba ka letelelo ba sena di rights ho gore ba transport metsi go tswa bonokeng go ya ko mahelwana.
Ne ke ithakere ke ya rabile se ha ke bua gore the Water Apportionment Board tiro a yone ke go make sure gore the water is apportioned appropriately and ka tsamaiso.
Nya ha wa ya raba ka gore yena na batla go thusa gone ho ona bua ka go phunya monokeng mme le gale no wa heta ka sengwe re bineng o heta ka sone o ithaganetse mme sa bo se catch attention ya gore dipolase at least ya tsone ke bo 50 years yaanong go na le opportunity ya gore ba bangwe kgotsa bate ba benefite ga le sitse di hela kgotsa one gore e thatswe sente le bone ba dipolase bate ba iutwe gore gongwe e ka re 50 years a hela
ke ba jana in the context ya se ne re se bua maabane sa food security transformation and just generally being disruptive gore ha e le gore re le ba dipolase tsone tse e leng gore ne di neetswe batho mme dipolase tse ga di dire sepe se e leng gore di ka bonne go sologetse gore di se dire a ga re a tshwanela go tsena mo seemong sa gore a mme pele ga re renewa have we been using the facilities tse optimally re be re engageana le bo e leng gore batho ba ka tswa ba di tshwere ba bangwe ga re itse mabaka mme ga o bua le motho yo e leng gore gongwe o ka tswa le gongwe 80 or 85 years old yana itse re nako eo o ka tswa a dirile morako wa gago wa dikgomo di le 50 mme a na le right yone gongwe re simolole go ka buisana gore a go na le tsela e leng gore ka gore gongwe ene no go e ka tswa e sa thole e le teng physically can we revisit and make sure gore whatever land is there ga e sale ntse hela and these are conversations that have got to take place jaanong so that ha re renewa be le gore ha ile gore ne le wena gongwe o 85 re taolo be re mme ga re dumalane gore re tse plus ye re bone gore re ka compensate na re be re kgona gore re dirise yang gore re tere tokahatse production le tsone food security. These are considerations hela tse leng gore kore another is I'm saying there's a lot of land in we ka tsone allocated.
It is lying
high productive.
Okay.
Yes.
That's fine. You too. Honorable Mabel, you come in next.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam PS. PS, Labcas. How much money was spent on Labcas? That's how I'm going to figure before getting a lamb put on.
Honorable Mabel. How much money was spent on Labcas?
And Obozona into LIS in particular. Both the bigger Labcas and
just give them a bit
LIS.
Of chance. Are you just give them a bit of chance? Are you responding to his question? How much was spent on Labcas? LIS.
LIS, yes,
sir. We put all the route or LIS UMC.
The land information system.
Okay. How much was spent on that project? We allow them a minute to look at their books and to get advice from the.
Yes, sir.
Emma,
Thank you, Honorable Mabel, for your question. The cumulative expenditure on Labcas as of March 2025 is 881,530,149 pula. I do not have the disaggregated to answer the expenditure on LIS. LIS is embedded in this amount. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Mabel?
Yes, I have an idea. LIS, you spent about 100 million on it, the system. I have an idea of how much you spent. You spent about 100 million on it. So would you say Labcas is successful?
I will say Labcas has not failed to say it's successful because we managed to accomplish, of course, not all that we wanted to do, but we accomplished what I mentioned earlier, the development of the systems and the integration or interfacing of those systems, and of course the training that the officers went through It was a new program altogether that has never been done in our land management system. So there was a lot of training that was needed. And to this end, we have our officers that they are at the extent that they have or acquired that system through that training, through the knowledge, the experience through the training, to the extent that, as I indicated earlier, most of the things now we are doing in-house.
PS, are buisane ka LIS. Yeah, functional, the land information system, jaga ine one will be able to apply online, one will be able to do a lot of things online. Is it available, this land information system? Is it up and running?
The 3 systems that I talked to, LIS being one of them, they are up and running. The challenge that we have, I indicated that the systems at DITS, at service mapping, and the land information system, especially the one at DITS, they are, is it integrated or interfaced with the systems outside the ministry, being the system ya umang, the system ya births and deaths, le ya hore a kenyetswe kana ha ke a nyalwa or divorced. What we are working on, these systems as they stand individually, they are functioning, but it's the integration where we are of the 3 systems within the ministry that we are still working on.
Are you saying land information system is available, but how about Google by check a land information system? Will people, is it functioning? Is it working?
Yaanong lebaka lone le ke lone le nne kgantile ke re le o nkopa chairman gore a nka bua ka di-SLT kana se se botswang ke mo palamente mabeo ke gore pele ga ba go ntsha SLT gore yone LIS e be le gore ya bereka yaanong boammaaruri ke gore ga e bereke gone gompieno sa bobedi nnyame ke wele ka gore ga e bereke e teng gore e eme hoile gore se re tshwanetse gore se tshware ke gore dilo tse di tsamaya ka go thomaganya ka gore potso e ne e le gore di-SLT di kahe o ka re bolelela gore di ka tswa di le kahe ka nako ege mme gore o ye go tsena ko SLT go na le different systems tse ne di dirwa tse di boikemetseng ka nosi
a re dumelane ha e bereke for now.
Yes, for now.
I'm very satisfied with that answer, sir. I'm 100% satisfied with that answer. In fact, that's the right answer that needed to come. I'm thankful about that answer.
Go ahead, Honorable Mabeo.
Yeah. Tota ye ke so ka re tlo di go re a kwa le kwa go sentse ba di amantsi thata go berekilwe ka madi go sentse ba di amantsi thata on this project. And this project is not successful at all. How did some ministry in 2018, the secure land title, the paper, in a stay rekiwe. Levo nele tenki boni. Like I said, neke bergamo ministry. To keep us out, I am bigger risiwa humpieko. I am shocked to find or Hamala land board. It listed the secure land title. Dile 702. 702. Mid 2018, this paper in a salary kilo ministry that paper in a certain kilo. It's quite appalling. I'll be looking forward to your report, but I think toda labcas it took its own commission. It took a commission in depth. It's an long because
Second question.
Korean Water Resource Corporation. Pierce, tell me about this contract, LA signed Korean Water Resource Corporation. And how much was it?
Thank you, sir. The project was born out of a memorandum of understanding between the government of the Republic of Botswana and the government of the Republic of South Korea. So it's not a project that went through the tendering processes here in Botswana. That has to be very clear. So It's not a project that there was like a direct appointment or anything like that.
I like how you're preempting my questions. I
There's
asked
a
you.
memorandum of understanding between these two countries. As we speak as a ministry, we report to Ministry of International Relations on the progress of this report. As a matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, we were submitting the progress report on how far we are with the project.
So what was the project about? What is this 240 million about?
240 million is for the implementation of the project, money from the government of Botswana, to be done in three weeks. Oh my God. In 3 years. In 3 years.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
3 years.
In 3 years. The and budget for this financial year is 60 million.
So you're going to pay the another government this money? Or you have a memorandum of understanding with the country?
Between the two countries, yes.
With the country?
Yes.
So we are getting what from them? We are paying Korea, we are paying another country.
They are developing a system for us. It is called Total Water Management System. This is the system that is going to help us to manage our water resources, as well as to know what is happening within our water infrastructure. At a particular point, the minister, the PS, or anyone will be able to know the water volumes in our dams, will be able to know the health of our aquatic system or the water underground and how much water we have there. At the moment, all these things we are doing, I would say, manual. Like the Department of Water and Sanitation Services, they do the monitoring of our underground water. They have boreholes scattered all over the country that they use for monitoring and management of our underground water. So this system is going to help us to have real-time data on our water resources and how healthy they are, and help us to manage the resources better and plan appropriately for this economy.
What led to you choosing Korea and agreeing on this? You didn't tell me, are you paying Korea this amount of money? Who is being paid here? What is the benefit of working with Korea? I have worked for international corporations, international organizations that deal with water. So I know, for instance, the UNDP is funding or RASACOM to develop such systems, but they are being funded internationally by international donors. Why did we have to pay the 214 million to another country? You said you are paying Korea.
Honorable member, I think we have to note that other countries have gone ahead of us, and this is something that we are now starting to do at water utilities, where we want our water utility to have an arm, whether we call it an investment arm or what, where they can be able to get jobs in other countries. The Republic of Korea, or K-Waters, which is an equivalent of water utilities, they are far ahead of us in that regard. Yes, sir.
Why Korea? Why Korea? And also, or even international companies, like you stated, Orascom.
Korea, because Korea is the best when it comes to automated water management system. Thank you, sir.
The best in comparison to who?
I will say worldwide.
That you know that's not true, Piers.
No, it is true. When it comes to automated management of water resources, the Republic of South Korea is the best, sir.
That is not true, Piers. I have been to Sweden. They said they are the best. I was in Canada. They said they are the best.
Maybe I can qualify by saying one of the best, but they have the best system, sir.
I'm really trying to be nice. Your time is not on our side.
Thank you.
I'm really trying to be nice.
Triple
P. Do you have a triple P strategy? By the way, yeah, South Korea, even while you are paying another country this much. This is done very cheaply and very. Then they are starting in a similar project which is funded by the UNDP to develop such systems within the Orange Sinku River Basin. And they are doing it at far much cheaper. the countries are not spending a cent because it's donor funded. I need to move on. Triple P.
How move on?
Yes, sir.
Can I the projects how much fund do I give UNDP? Are you aware of that? And countries don't have to pay a tell. I get rebuka se mo sa gore tota re la ka madi mono. Re la ka madi se patse sa go goba. Are you aware of those? Yes, that are sponsored by international organizations? Ke bua thata ka gore re la ka madi. Ra ra gona madi go mpieno se patse sa go goba. Thank you very much. It's our conference.
Thank you, sir. The answer is that we are aware to what Honorable Mabeo is saying. And what the Deputy PS was reminding me is that this project is not sponsored or paid for by the government only. There's a portion that is paid by the development partners.
Okay. Honorable Mabeo?
It's okay. It's okay. I will go to the next one. Arbiaga Triple P. Do you have a Triple P strategy? Yes. By the way, I'm a bit worried about the 214 million to develop another system which will not work. I say this because LIS Sanitation 2016 projecting it to this day LIS Hyberek. Yele ya di million yele lone it hindsight lo bereka le senya ma di PS. We need to be careful.
Go to your last question, Honorable Mabeo.
The next question is on Triple P. Do you have a Triple P strategy?
We do not have like a complete strategy in place. But that project is going to work, sir. Please don't prophesy too more about our project, please. It's going the system is going to work. The total water management system is going to work. Please don't prophesy too more about our projects.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Ma? There's power in the tongue.
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's power in the tongue. I who's I say very tall error.
Honorable Mabeo, no work Triple P strategy. Do you have a Triple P strategy?
Thank you so much for any private sector partnership anywhere in the country where you are doing something Triple P related.
Sir, you are right. The financial constraints of the country are evident to everyone. What we are doing as a ministry, we do believe that, for example, the water projects that I talked about, we cannot be able to implement them because the government coffers are in the state that they are in. So it's something that we are discussing at the ministry. Because, for example, for water, for us to get into Triple P, the investor has to get return on investment. So the big discussion is the financial model of that project. How do we ensure return on investment by the investor, and at the same time making sure that Water Utilities Corporation is not collapsing?
Orasacom, the Orange and Two River Basin Commission, in an investment conference where they organize big international donors to come, big multinational private companies to come and engage with the water sector. At this conference, the Republic of Namibia, the minister was there, the permanent secretary. Well, they call them director generals, I think. No, not director generals. PS level went to Lesotho for that training, for that conference. South Africa sent a high-level delegation, including the Deputy Minister of Water. Lesotho was the host. Even the Premier also came and joined. Even key ministers came and joined. Botswana did not attend. Why did you not attend? Le go ithuta gore kana le go correcta le ba bangwe ba ba ka le thusang gore le reise madi. Why did you send a junior delegation to this conference? Very important conference. Why?
Very important conference indeed, sir. Botswana was represented by the High Commissioner. But the Ministry of Water and Human Settlement...
Let me correct you. The High Commissioner was invited by Orasocom directly on the site. Onasa represent your ministry. You, the ministry and your ministry did not send a high delegation.
The High Commissioner was present, and there was an officer from the ministry. In the Ministry of Water and Human Settlement, we were not able to attend. I have to indicate that if you had seen the structure of this ministry, it's a very lean ministry with a huge portfolio. So at that particular time when the conference was taking place, the people that could attend were not available at the level that was required.
Thank you, PS. Once again, we were preparing for this conference. We were struggling with getting Botswana to be on board. In fact, Botswana's participation in these international organizations is very, 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 very weak. This international conference, it was fully funded. You didn't have to spend a cent. It was fully funded by the donors, but you did not attend. I can mention many because I will not do so. Mr. Chairman, just one last, Mr. Chairman. I'm on my knees, sir. I'm on my knees, sir. I thank you, sir. The welfare, I'm just going to choose two. Bana ba go balla go water kwa balla di pipe fitter ba samte ba sekisana le bo water utilities o ga go le ba water utilities gore tautuna o rile we should be fair ska ra sekisa for the sake of sekisa ba lose the go industrial court ba lose the go court be manze ba setse bana morago please ke go para tswa fa buela ba water utilities ba fokotse ba nne fa se ba bisana le di pipe fitters. There's a big cry there. Another cry in your ministry, the land registration officers ba diploma holders ke ba na le land management qualification. Why o sa ba ne le scarce skill ka gore ba bangwe mo di-careers dingwe ba na le diploma le degree ba ne lo scarce skill. Why ba tshwanetse ba e khote ba ye go lwa ka selo se se tlhamaletseng mme go ne go setse ba di-degree holders ba ne ba setse ba ntse ba win that case. Why ba diploma ba tlogeletsweng a re bue ka bo board secretary kana go ne ga tswa directive number 1 of 2008 ene re ditlogo tsa maphata di ne ko E1 ke anong ba cancele bo everywhere mo a iswa go godimo ba di board secretary ba bone tota bone le ke le ba tlogeletseng bone ba tlhoetsweng ba. I thank you, sir.
Araba PS, one of you would
make it say the board secretary Konse jalo directive e dule jalo batutegi ya ne ke metaro e leng gore gone gompieno yana o hapele ga makgota mere le ka ditsela tsotlhe gore re bone gore re ka o wetsa yang ka bohego ka gore ke yone gongwe bile maabane ke bua ka le gone gore go acta go a tshwenya go na le bo acting jalo so se ke arabang ka sone ke gore in line le gone gore tota se e leng gore ka kgona gore se solve ka go buisanya ebile se ka nna more cost effective re se dire ke gone ha re leng teng.
Okay, Ramabeo, kitso ya gago ya metsi e go godimo thata o nne o a se mo ga kolola o le lona PS o ne o bua ka metsi thata le motulo re bua di khantse a go itšala o bono itala se itso rata Orascom ke me o bua ka di khantse di thata za metsi le nna ngwe le nna le ntse le Ramabeo wena wa renka ko a ke re go a letelesega me batho betso re a buile mo mapakeleng la bona gore bonya
Chairman Nasa, well, there's the last one. I think PS was about to address it.
ke he kana re mabeo
Eska skill.
skill okay all right
Yes, sir.
eh
The pipe fitters one, I think you were just advising that we push it through water utilities to make sure that it's concluded. We'll do that, sir. Scarce skills, the determination is done by DPSM. If somehow we is in the directive from or the circular from DPSM when we are missing it, we will look into it and implement. Thank you, sir.
eh
I've got something from DPSM which I'll share with you. Please, in a land management, the basing almost skilly. How will you know by degree fella by diploma?
all right nya
Okay,
ke tsa re a buile re mabeo re a buile mo mapakeleng re bonya batho beso re bonya mme le tari ina di atametseng ma parlamente mo tirong le lona officers di khalla di bona diteng ha ke ra di togela hela re borere nako e chaile go ra gore a reng go teng e ra re boa go teng re bore ka tswela pele le puisanyo ya rona ka leboga le alalediwa teng thank you
Honorable Lokwa. It's eco ground floor.
okay We can get started, and retabore kupare ke khone le gore a botse tsa go dipotso a kope tshedimosetso ha ka e kopang teng hela jalo le tsedimo. Right.
Thank you, Modula Stilo. Merele dumedise bo PS le team tsa lona. I think the first question would be deal with village and town expansions in a national special plan. Hore le reka ditshimo go godisa metse le ditoropo. Me madi a teng a renka from 6,000 to 330,000 per hectare. The executive summary area. Me ha o lebile ka itela le gore 6,000 teo ke ko di kgaolong thata. 300,000 ya go nna gongwe ko ditoropong go tswahela mo goreng ke le hatsele le ntseng ja. Motho o ka botsa gore gone mme ka gore disimo tse tsotlhe one would assume gore di SLT lab cast compliant ka ba setse ba tsentse dikopo tseo ke eng thata e ba hiwang go tsa le hatse la bone e sa nne ya market value 6,000 to monyenyane thata for a hectare. Me ha we pataganya le ya national special plan gone gore le leka go tswa ko being le bolela la batho gore dirisa le hatse la go jana kana dirisa le hatse jana go leka go nna flexible ya no gore me kana gore wa go le hatse la gago o ka le dirisa jana le jana be go tswa mo go wena le dira go le kae gore gone mme re leke go avoid mushrooming of villages, especially into agriculture production areas. Gore ithala batho gongwe ba khona go tswa mo motseng ba gona mo masimo mangwe ba iphaho abe ba khobokana ho ya no sa tholele masimo ya no khantele be na gore a mo ene motse jano le ira go le kae go le ka go hema semo se sentseng ya lo ka re go ga teng in the long run go bola food production in the country.
Hey, thank you. Lo taika ba kayo.
Ra utwa mutlegi mere simolle ka ya bohelo tota e leng gore ite ba gantse le national settlement policy e leng gore e ka go lephateng la local government and traditional affairs gongwe ba ne ba ka araba botoka mme se gore ga re amogele gore go na le one matshwenyego ana a e leng gore ga rona e re amang ka teng ke gone gore again as the whole of Botswana is a planning area gape go na le tsone di development plan gore re tshwana gore at any point in time re be re ka kgona go buisana gore ha go twe go ha development plan ya go ha ke entseng jana whatever form it is being put in e be consider le gone gore a le hatse leo la se setswe mebile le siametse gore gongwe go ka bewa bonno kampo ile e leng gore le nonne gore gongwe le ka dirisetswa temothuo kampo sehela ke ra gore thulaganyo e ra utwa gore re tshwanwa ke gore re go lebe yana ha go taka ha mading a 6,000 to 330,000 very true mo parliament in the sense ya gore o ka nna le tribal land gongwe e le gautshwanyane le gaborone o nna le go kgakala gongwe ke yone e ka nnang ya ja madi a ko e ka nna ya ja madi a ko tlase mme ha o ta mo gaborone le ntse le tribal land gongwe motho o ka nna a e rekisa ka madi a e leng gore a heta 6,000 pula e le question ya gore demand le supply e ntse jang ka gore la le tribal land le gautshwanyane le gaborone o ka nna iphitlhela gore o bonye madi a leng gore a botoka se re le kang go thusa ka sone gone ke gone gore go nne le evaluations tse di dirwang ke di-professionals jaanong mme tsone di-professionals tseo tse di valuang ga rena tsone mo go kalo-kalo but where possible I believe re mabaila o ka nkgakolola ra kopa gore batho ba ka kgona gore di-land body di ba thuse ka gore ga se mongwe le mongwe e leng gore o ka tswa a na le lehatshe a be le gore o ka kgona gore a ye go bata surveyor right e mo thuse gore go assessiwe ba ka kgona gore a ithuse ke tsaya gore ke sone seemo se re ga go sone but let me just before ke conclude ke make sure gore go ntse jalo re mabaile. nya bo ntse a kgakollo hela ine ile gone gore yo tota yo le gore o khona gore a tele value ya gagwe ga rena bothata but me le rona kana ha ile gore yaanong e nna gore re tshwana gore go nne le compensation re na le right ya gore re ka tsenya wa rona.
Thank you, Honorable Kekonagile. Thank you, PS, for that. Ki kopa go tlatsa hela se concerning the last one. How do we avoid mushrooming? Ki supe gore kana the national special plan e encourage densification as we indicated earlier. Ebe go aga peile ka go avoid gore re ska ra encroach into agricultural space. So the National Special Plan, as it has been approved by Cabinet for implementation, Special Development Code, what requires to be done to enhance already is to improve education to the citizens and creating awareness or national special plan now is a planning area. What does it mean? So that we can do that through the full council, attend and all other stakeholders. So we will improve in that manner, sir.
Thank you. Only issue 6,000. PS. Kore re tsela hore lona le ministry lands ke lona ba le reng compensation re compensate jana but 6,000 is low. Gona le gore hela kore market value ha ke dumele gore government le private valuator baka harlogana mo go kalo king lesa improve madia from the onset hela ka gore 6,000 o kota se go jantsoma from the onset hela and say gongwe from 30,000 upwards because hectare hela general lands of the tribal land heka ke ja 6,000 king hela lona lesa ne le initiative kana re bua ka batho ba ile gore ga bana one madi ga bana e a gore ba ka go bata di private valuer but government o the es motsadi wa gagwe ke nyala lona le sane le yone issue yana ya gore ba ba sa kgoneng re ka ba valuela ra bona gore mo market value re ka ba tswa ka bokae kana this is the livelihood ye le gore ke bona ba heletse gone ya
mare re ba nele ba yarabe
ne ke rela gore gongwe re ba ba edile gone mo ka gore
tswelela honorable
me kana se honorable a se buang kore lona ko ministry ke le sa botse di private camp kore lona la itse gore di private valuers di-valua land tse ka bokae le be la adopta la le sa botse private valuers le botsa yone real estate advisory council a ke re bona go tswana la ka o ka ko law ka the law society so le botsa the proper professional body like ke le mentionang gore di rates ke bokae aka honorable abuya a be le di adopta because lona ko go lona ba ba valuang they may not really be in touch with the market because they're not valuing on a daily basis. So, ngabela adopta market-related rates evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. Please respond.
Chairman, with that input and insight, re tsa gore ke kgakololo me re etseng e le moga gore ta bona gore re ka dira.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kgonegile.
The second question is Ngojani water supply. Hore kana go ha gono go awa dilo tendera ya court ya change to yo mongwe it's a mahaka project there.
Thank you, Honorable Member. In Sakawi Bua se in a illegal land tribunal, decision was to cancel the tender, and ba nebali a tender really bone. One of the prospective bidders by Isako go High Court, and then go High Court itileka decision ya hore kwa wadiwe. Me kana ya ka re itse re mo seemong se re le mo go sone sa gore ga gona project e ntšha ye ka awadiwa. Even the amount that we were given by Ministry of Finance was even less for us to enable us to continue with the catering for all the ongoing projects. So it became a challenge for us as a ministry. So we took the process re tsamaisa go ka tsamailante ke tsaba go bua ka dio tsa judiciary ha ke tsore ke letlalwa go bua hela ke tsaba go khoma thata the judiciary a
tsore hedile ko court
rapid.
It has been appealed.
Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir.
Ma?
Error.
Error. Okay.
Okay.
Me no bua sengwe no bua ora gona project ri sa tse di awadiwa ka ore mabaka a seemo sa madi. Me shortly ne re ntse re bua ka ile eo ke dumela ore e tshwantse bo madi a teng a le mo budget ya gompieno. Is it a special project yone ya Korea?
Ale madi a yone se
e go tswa ko morago. Okay, that's fine.
Rahuta PS ka gore yone project go a phila ga yone go a phila ga lona no ena o ka re ha batswana ba tshwanetse gore ba dire di project ya no ga di a ba tshwanela a phila te o ka re ya no ne bata nka be go hilwe ba tswa kwa hela le ka siama mo mathong a batho ha ile gore high court ya re hiwe motswakwa and then ya bela phila ya no ha high court re go hiwe motswana la bela phila gore motswana a se ka hiwa ke bothata.
Thank you sir. Khanya rona ga I force khanya rona I mo go availability of funds kwa wada project is na madi e khona go hela e go tsentse mo mathateng a di interest going forward. If wa wada o be ile gore ra contract ga khone go simolola khanya rona ga se gore ke khanya availability of funds if I may just in short.
But le ya bile kana tender nentsele ya bile potso ka nna gore a mehane le gore yo ha ya ko khote ka dumela gore o tsieditswe a mme nka be re le gone ha sampo re bua ka non-availability of funds ka ne ntse e setse e abilwe a ne ya go cancel.
Indeed, ne setse e abilwe ke ra before ya ko land tribunal. Me kana gompieno ka re bona seemo se ntse ka ha se ntseng ka teng e be re tswella hela re ka gore ne setse e abilwe, so let's just go ahead and award. It's really tight for us go ministry. It will be very unwise of us to continue awarding re ntse re bona gore spatchisi ga sena sepe.
Ke gore go mo di projecteng tsa lona hala wada project kana pela hala wada tender, do you undertake any intelligence go bona gore company e ntse jang a e ka khona, kana you are just assessing the document ke yone go supetsa gore nya o ka khona kana ga ka ke a khona, ga gona external intelligence e le dirisa?
I guess our external intelligence member agency, but we do believe that the ITT that goes out there for the bidders to respond to is sufficient and strong enough for gather information about the capability the prospective bidders, whether they have the technical expertise, banally enough equipment to undertake the project, and enough personnel with the right competencies and experience. It's in the ITT. Because if you don't draw the ITT properly, or attract garbage, if I may use that word. But we try to draft the ITT in such a way that it are capable.
Maung Water Works Project can lead relay ITT Santahela Lenala Awada Yachencha. In what led to is changing from Componi Yawadile to Yemwe, which ultimately led to court case Yabo 112 million. Hono Hudira.
Hanzere emetse gore PS a brief we ke ba ba tsamale le team ya PS khanki ya maung a diwa ba changiwa hanna di losses 112 million because of that change. Nare uthalose.
Thank you, Chair. This question this is not the first platform I was wanting leko parliamenting ikila, and the answer that we provided was that the company that was awarded initially by the Directorate of Intelligence and Security, which is classified, is never disclosed, and compensate so it was not the decision of ministry.
Yes, earlier you said le dila halaka ITT ha intelligence etsenante. Here you are saying intelligence will advise it. What is what, PS?
Thank you, sir. Intelligence the ITT craft you are in such a way that is strong enough to attract the me can I say ministry, we don't operate in isolation. there's a reason why other departments exist within the government machinery. So according to their mandate, we cannot just sit back and not respond or act on their advice.
Yeah, mir arariane ka or khaya selanta insurance le mo PC. Khaye ne atswa arama go sia lehano. Me ena bua gore ene bone ba gakolola hela lona le ministry le ba ba di tender. Look at the choice to lead saya. You know how are it was not the ministry. Ho contradict ma ho kwa arama go sia na ne ra gakolola hela ne ba ka tswela pele ha ba ne ba bata.
They advised us.
Well, advice is
we implemented what they brought, the advice that they submitted. Maybe, maybe not.
I mean the influence you get DIS. Khotsa janga or whatever advice me akala bal advice ha lor di ITT tsalona ne di siam di store enough rona ka tswela pele kana right so or intelligence it's an haga.
So I don't want to use the word influence. I want to say what I said earlier. Or there is no ministry or entity or any organization that exists in isolation.
So DIS il hakola di tender.
No, il hakola it a mandate to ayon.
I brought me at Sanamuri Tendare.
Yeah, it's an Amudi Tendare. Ma? Yeah, we directly are on horizon, it's an Amudi Tendare. The mandate is vast, I mean, from what I understand. I go Talohanyo in totality.
Men like how Talosangati. Kiwanor Tenderai. In a hell like influence like DIS. But do you know that 112 million was lost in the process?
I'm aware, sir.
And who should take responsibility? Hamadia kana kana lahatsa atsama hela mahala. Mutaisi ama veste na santa borlus 112 million.
Malawara accounting officer.
Warwema.
What accounting officer say?
Kar warwema.
Nabu no lukumataka.
Accounting officer.
Any accounting officer.
For her la tahaloge madia kana kana. The accounting officer is responsible.
Malawari alo say.
Okay. Right.
Within the procurement process, GIS, he mentioned no more thing, intelligence he mentioned no more thing, or it can issue instructions to a procuring entity. Instruction otherwise to decision and it's a procurement entity. Did it come as an instruction or did it come as an advice? If it came as an advice, what prompted you to take that particular advice against your expertise?
So, as ministries or entities, so when we get advices from the other oversight agencies. For example, there was a time we circulated a CAB memo for membership of a board. And yeah, circulator goes to all ministries and independent departments. We received a response from DCEC advising that this particular person, a re tshwantse gore be re rona ka gore ne re matla e be re motsahela e be re tsegela advice ya ga DCC hantle. That's what I'm trying to say, gore other entities di na le di mandate tsa bone as oversight entities ka ha ba advisang ka teng. So ona ha se an accounting officer o ipotsa dipotso gore ke dire yang ha go ntse yana ke violate the advice that I'm being given kana ke dire yang. So we don't work in isolation, sir.
In this particular project, PS, no setso tse re tshwetso. Ska iso se bua, o se bua o iso tse tshwetso. Issue ke gore ha o tse re tshwetso, ba bo ikgotswaditse gore this is the right thing to do. So in this case of loss ya 112 million, you are saying motho yo ka tselang kgato ke accounting officer.
Ke molao wa rialo ga se nna se.
Has there been any disciplinary action against you? Any atseiwa ka the loss of the certain
The reason why ntse ke araba ke re accounting officer, I was not accounting officer then.
You were
That's
not the accounting officer then. Was there any action that was taken against
I'm
the
not
then
aware, sir.
accounting officer?
I'm not aware.
So there's no action.
I cannot say there was no action. I'm saying I'm not aware whether it was taken or not.
If we were to continue,
That would be the third one.
yeah, that will be the third one, the last one. Issue ya di report tse re di soletseng che ke tsela gore re soletse report on issue ya concession gore di hiwa the locals ka bokete jo bokae ke o mang the locals ba di tshwereng le lebaka le le kae ke tsela re soletse report ya gonna yalo. And then ke tsela re soletse report ya mogoditsane gape ya kane honorable Motausana a bua gore kana go na le dikgang go mogoditsane mme thata go na le dikgang tsone tsa babereki ba ileng gore e sa le kgang tsa mogoditsane le subland board di simola tsone tsa ditshimo ya ka no bua bangwe ba sale ba segelwa ko thoko ga tiro go le baka ha go lebege di setlwa gone gore di tsamaga ka di a go setlwa le ke tsela rongwe re soletse report ya go nna jalo. And then potso ya bohelo ke ya the review of the current land tenure system gore go le baka e ntse yaka e ntse yana state land, tribal land le nngwe ya boraro ka ditharo re ikalela go di free land, yes, freehold. Freehold, yes. Re ikalela go di review ale given gore ka ha di ntseng ka teng ya ka di ntse metse mengwe mo disadvantaging hela thata ha o ya gongwe metse tshwana ke gore gole go bo mababe bo khwai bo phuduhudu especially metse le gore it's in wildlife management areas ga e kgone gore e ka gola because batho bone ba tshela botshelo jwa state land mme ha ba gate jwa tribal land mme ha ba leng teng ke state land le tse dingwe hela jalo re ikalla go review ale gore re kgone go bona re batho ba ka tshela botoka. And then hape element ya gore o bona ditshadile pedi hela mo lehatsheng mme e le tsa different system of 10 ha o ka ke wa hiwa tse pedi a ke re gato ko toropo le ko gae yaanong batho ba bangwe ba fila gore ha re tsa se ka isa maung bone ba tsela re ke ene toropo a bone mme land system ya maung ga se ya state land ke ya tribal maurare ga ka ke ana le hatse ko maung gongwe le ko gumare hela ka gore ene o bata gore botoka nne le lengwe mo toropo gore ha le change tenure system ya kana le oketsa state land se se leng teng mo lehatsheng go nna botoka ke tsela re lankuta. Thank you.
Chairman ke tsa gore motlilego na antsha megopolo o dingwe tse leng gore di ka akangwa ha re ntse re tsweletse ka mabaka ana a bua mme ke ka jana gore megopolo e kile ya nna mme jaanong go kra go tshwana gore go lemogiwe gore e mengwe eo ha re le ba yone mela go ka go na le di implications mo constitution mme ga gore ha go ntse go tsweletswe gongwe ga le facilitator gongwe a constitution e ka sketho ke gore e lebiwe gape le gone gore demand e ntse jang ka gore ke tsaya gore sekai se nne mo parliament ya se ga ke gore ga o le gone ka go maung ka go gongwe pele e le motsehela le ha lo ntse go go na le tourism mme e sa busetse ka ha e leng gore e busetsa ka teng batho ne ba sa kgobokane ka kgobokano e leng gore ba mo go yone jaanong because mongwe le mongwe o kgona gore a hiwe lehatshe gongwe le gongwe re tshwanela ke gore re akanyetse tseo ke tsaya gore gongwe eo ga re dumelana re ka bona gore e ka nna ya akanyediwa ka tsela e ntseng jang mme mo motsotsong one eo ga re ka ke ra re go na le sepe ga nka ka re go na le sepe gape le ga rona ko lephateng gore re addresse this matter specifically mme go ya ko pele ke selo se e leng gore re ka se tsaya mogago
ona ora yone ya ditoropo tse di tshwana bo Mau gore kana motho a go lerala toropo ya go ke Phalata ya no ha na le setsa go lerala o batla se sengwe go toropong go Phalate a ke re ho right hela ja ka wa Gumare toropo ya go ke Mau ya no ha na le setsa go Gumare o batla se sengwe go Mau ya no ke re a re tseleng go godimo ga eo e botlhokwa thata re yakanye ka di-structure tsa puso tse di leng teng ka gore ya batho ba le bantsi ke tsaya gore le diweditse mmare re Motausane pele ga o tsena reso re Motausane o ne a kile a bua ka kgai ya Mogoditshane ga bane batho ba tsere masimo go tsong ba subdividiwa mme go ga o ka re go dikgang dintsinyana PS tse e leng gore ne tsa ba tsahelela di dira gore mongwe ko ba moeteledipele ko land board tseo a suspendiwe kgang ya Mogoditshane ga bane e tsamaya kae yone ya masimo ona subdividiwang le tshwere tsamaya kae
kgang eo re tshwere mme ebile le gone ko ka ga re tshwereng ka teng go na le gone gore le ko dikgotlatshekelong e ka nna ya jaanong ga ke itse re ya go taya bogolebane gore ke ka bua mo bogompienong gore ra go e dira jang gore ke ha se ka isa gore ha ya ka ne ke ka kgantele the main land board ile ya kwene e ne e letsa go facilitate batho e be re policy ke e be e hitisetsa ko subland board subland board ngwe e be e tsamaisa ka tsela e leng gore e tsamaisitse ngwe ya dikgang tse di botswang gompieno ke gore go na le golo ke ra attorney general o ka thusa gore go na le question e reng ha ke go hile authority e proper o le subland board o bereka ka ta sa gane o bua go dira sengwe se e leng gore gongwe se ba yo mongwe ka ha mosing a nna yo leng gore ke na le thata yo leng gore go ka tsone o hitile dithata tse leng gore o no tshwantse ka bone di dirisitse a nkare tota e ne e se nna e le kgang ya molao yang re santse re tsa advice mo kganyeng eo ke sone se e leng gore ga ke phuthologe gore ke ka araba ka tsela e ntseng jang mme tse dingwe tsa gore go na le ka ha e leng gore batho ba ne ba dira ka teng go ipha lehatshe kana gore ba ne ba batho ba bangwe mo seemong se yone le yone re lebile mme e lebile le gone ka ha bodireding yaka motlotlegana ka bangwe ba suspendilwe e lebile le bone le gone ka ha maloko mme kana gape gone ha re gakologo le gore tsone di-land board kana di-sub-land board, they are called quasi-judicial authorities. Ke gore go raya gore ha ba ntse jalo gore hela ha o tswa mo land board kana land board ka ha ntseng ka teng, ha o tswa ho wa go land tribunal go tswa ho wo ya court, ke raya gore gongwe ha go ta ka ha ministry gongwe le tona go ya ka ha molao kampo le ene permanent secretary, go na le dikgang tse dingwe hela tse e leng gore ke tsa land board straight tse ka sekang gongwe ra tsena mo go ra tsena mo go tsone ka gore go na le authority e defined ya di-land board.
Gongwe go toka go tsana go itelele mo go yone hela motho o kare ka re batla go itse the extent of the problem. Can we be assisted to appreciate the extent of the problem through our secretaries?
Re ka dira jalo.
Ke ga e tshwenyang batho ba founa tsa gore ba bileng ba tswa ga o hile metseo ba tshwere bothata. E gongwe ha le ka re neela just a report of the extent of the problem o ka re thusa.
Re ta dira jalo.
Thank you very much. And then accounting officer, when we were talking about intelligence, 112 million lost.
Yes.
Ne kere gongwe in future ko re le thoko ka gore intelligence agencies le ba bangwe ha ba tsena mo di-processing tsa procurement ba ka hella ba latlhetse lehatshe madi, as is the case with this one. Gongwe ka re mo nako e tang le accounting officers le talk of the extent to which intelligence officers may interfere with the procurement process. Ha ke bone go le tidy thata gore e ro hetse ga wa dilwe e be ile gore ba ngwe ba tla go morago ba re ke bona ba advice ha ile go na la advice e ka be netswe before the award, and ha eta enelwa after. I think go super untidiness in like dumelang gore it should not repeat, especially after losing the 112 million. Mel ha go ntse jalo.
It's noted, sir. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Ke lebogile thata. Honorable Phologolo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, dumelang accounting officers. Motswana re se tshwara ke ntša pedi ga se thata. Maybe we'll finish within nako e re ipetseng. I may not be a land expert, but ke dumela gore ha ne labcas e bereka, perhaps we could not be suffering go bona di SLT di kgona go awadiwa. The problem is that in government we have systems that don't really interlink. Bogora gore se sengwe se se tlang ga sena mosola because the basis of it does not support. But let me start off by congratulating your ministry for reclaiming the land, the 45,000 hectares of land. Ya BOTSWANA. Me anong ke bo ke botsa gore se se ntshwenyang ke gore go lebega e rekilwe hela go sena a structure plan, in your own words, gore bohego bo neng e rekiwa ka yone ntswahe go tlhokagala. What informed scientific or researched information or re tlhokana le go e reka and reka 45,000 hectares?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Honorable Member. Sir, let me first indicate by saying that as a country, as we indicated in our report, we are slowly having less land that we need for allocation of whether residential, business, or for investors. And a chunk of our land is under freehold, and this is one of them. So when the holder of the lease or the land indicates that they want to sell, it's an opportunity that we could not miss as a government or as the ministry that has been mandated to manage land and ensure that land is available for allocation of the needs of the economy.
Thank you very much. This land, has it been fully transferred to Botswana or Lehatse and conveyancing completed and Lina Libits among Mogolon, Mostlankan and Giveni?
Ke a leboga. Lehatse le setse le transfer to mo go Botswana government as at December 2024. Ke a leboga. Kgakolo e nne ke e hiwa ke gore re duetse as at December, and by the 2nd of December ba ne ba se ba transferile se ba tshwanang ke gore ba re se neele so that we will complete the conveyancing process.
Never since all an airline PS.
It's only the title deed.
So you confirm under oath that the land is now fully owned by Botswana government? Under which tenure of land? I mean, earlier on, we already had 3 tenures of land.
Lehatse kana lone e ne le freehold. Jaanong ga leta ka ko pusong conversion ka ha ke tlhaloganyang ka teng ne ke tsaya kgakololo ya go nna state land, and then ka gore go na le maikaelelo a gone gore mo gongwe le dirisiwe go oketsa Francistown le lengwe le neelwe merage jalo go raya gore go tata go nna le thulaganyo ya gore part of it le go tribal ha gore le go tribal mme hela depending gore total le thokana le gore le dirisiwe ka tsela e ntseng jang. E lengwe point e ne ke batla go e covera gone ho in terms of what we might have as tribal land e ka abelwang batho gore ba nne mo go lone kana ba leme mo go lone kana ba ruele mo go lone ke kganya again food security ka gore la itse gore go ka kwa re tshabelwa thata ke foot and mouth. Jaanong part of the consideration gore on our side what part of the land in relation to the border re ba mo diateng tsa puso go na le go neela the individuals kana morahi.
Are you on course to meet your deadline, timeline, the plan, which I assume would determine which part of land goes to which use by October 2025? Are you on course to meet the target?
I believe so. October.
The land transfer to government, are you sure is the full 45,000 acquired land?
Ke dumela jalo ka gore re beile mo dipampiri tse re di bone ga gona sepe se re rang se re ga ka gore ne ntse le di marketilwe go na le di points hela tse di supang gore tota transaction ke eng e khabara le hatselegi le ha le ne le tswa in different portions go le go ke tsa gore pele ga go saenwa pele ga go dumelana ne re go dirile me re dumela ha re tsela hatsele olote.
Okay, thank you. That was one question on the acquisition.
Gone ne kere o ka itshwara hela ne kere gona le ke ra hela gore di transaction ke tseola di bua di title deed le tsone di changeane a kere mmelo a itse gore gona le voices that are saying how do we possibly buy that which is ours? Re reka jang le hatse le tota ntse le la rona ebile re dumela gore ne le sa tsewa sente in the first place. Lo a itse rona di voices tseo. I'm not saying you should engage on that debate, but do you know there are those voices?
Era, we are aware, and there have been formal representations that those views back to history and the pre-Kanagwabu colony. We've got that background.
Right.
Perhaps on Okadwela, because unless I'm mistaken, this land was acquired by 30 in what year? 1911?
Here, I think 1911.
Yeah, but I guess we will deal with this in another forum.
Yes, I mean, if you feel you want to pursue that line of...
No, I'm looking at time. I'll be interested to pursue that line, but
Yeah.
perhaps not today.
Not today?
Yeah, let's continue.
At least it's known.
Water affairs boreholes, but once already tsaya ka 20,000 pula, and all of a sudden the price has been increased to 48,000. And it makes it difficult for many of these farmers to pay, my dear. Maybe legape haba report bare. They are not even allowed to kaola. How true is that, and how can you assist? Batho ba gona yona?
Thank you, sir. The increase from 20 to about 48 was a cabinet directive in around 2021. And when they buy, they're allowed to pay in installment. It's not an outright purchase.
They're allowed to, because those who came to my office never claim. So the correct version is that they can indeed pay in installments.
Yes, sir.
Okay, whilst on the same topic, I do have some people who come to my office,
yes, sir.
And the issues they raise, which are national issues, they've been denied go hiwa ditsha. Molato wa bone e le gore ba itheketse setsha. What is your ministry doing about a scenario like that, where somebody was on the line, and because it takes forever for gore go hiwa batho ditsha, especially mo ditoropong, they end up buying. When that time comes, they are denied. How are you going to assist these people going forward?
Go kile ga bo go ntse jalo until August 2019. Ga go thole go ntse jalo mo e leng gore ha ile gore ka ha ke utlwa mputso ka teng. Ha ile gore mo o na ya anetse state land mo Gaborone. Ha go mo itse gore o ka applyela tribal land ya ba hiwa setsa.
No, what I'm saying is somebody bought a piece of land, Mogaborone, and they were due to be given a plot, had applied for a plot in Pikwe. When the attend comes, Yagorebahiwa plot, they are denied the plot because they have bought a plot in Gaborone, and in most cases, it's encumbered for that matter.
Sir, the August 2019 policy that he's speaking to changed that scenario. It changed one or two things. The first one was saying that if me and him are husband and wife, I am allowed to apply as an individual and him as an individual. Initially, before that 2019 policy, it was not like that. And it even changed that one that you are raising. If I acquired a plot, key tickets, the government of Botswana says every citizen a plot, a so Hakili tickets, it has not been allocated to me by government, therefore I should be allocated. That's what the policy said in 2019.
Yes, these people are aware of the new policy. The question is, Barry Keba Tuseka gore bone, they were never allocated plots by government on account of the fact that they had bought plots. How do we help those who were denied? Men never qualify at the time, but hilwe makwalo. But deny because of that, which the policy you seek to correct.
Was that before or after the policy was implemented?
The policy was, you've bought a plot, we cannot give you. And they are coming to the office to say, Kana, I was denied. And as far as I'm concerned, my rights were trampled upon by Akimolao Akitsame thing at the time. Now that there is a clear dispensation, why can I not benefit from it? More so that I'm still holding on to lekwalo lending ling invita le supa gore ke a qualifier until I was told gore ke denied plot because ke takes a plot elsewhere. And mind you, many of these plots are incumbent. I mean, the owner of the bank, it's not even owned by individuals outright.
Honorable, or pre-2019, okay.
They're coming on board.
Yeah, pre-2019, but never denied. Janumber, Kimo, Hohetus, Milorona, Erga Tuswa.
Nya nagia udomutu tigilan tawara hor nigisa rusat swara sente horwari.
Yeah.
Me karabuki or tota policy or is karabu is in two parts. Policy highly telele campo from a practical point of view. Hore eka apply retrospectively. That is one. Sabubiji application itself applied does not confer a right. Because Niki applied like 2018 doesn't give a right for a decision ends in Jan. I'm not saying that those people can't come forward. If they look at an opportunity to the allocations, so me, what we must avoid is to give an impression that application in a considered way determined at that time in the right. That's
but what we are trying to say, these people, when baikelela go batla se ba dumelang gore ba se dinailwe ba molao ba dumelang gore was unfair. So the question is, are you not going to wa kanyetsa ko pele o bo berekela ko pele than having people to go and litigate? I know it was not retrospective, but for us to move forward, what harm would it cause where it becomes very clear the law that was used against this person in a trampola le ditshwanelo tsa gagwe?
Me kiri ana chairman kiri mo gompienong a re amogeleng gore karabo ya rona ke yone e ke ihileng gongwe nka e taletse hela ka gore potso re utile gore re tatera go tsa kgakololo go lawyer wa rona e leng attorney general gore gongwe re ka dira jang mme hera gompieno tshwarang e ke lene e tsenya gore ga e bereke retrospectively and there was no right me ke a utwa gore wa re
ke kopa go fa advice.
Yeah.
Honorable Mabeo.
Thank you, Chairman. PS, ke a go utlwa. But ha motho a lebagane ke seemo se se ntseng jaana, and in the sort of government that we are in, which is a new government, we have to think, what would a reasonable person do in this scenario? Please, when you make those decisions and you engage, when you engage, do the most reasonable thing. The most reasonable thing is you have to be fair. Ya ka lerile re motswana mongwe le mongwe o na le tshwanelo ya gore allocate setsha. So tabo retrospectively repeat like technicality and there will be litigation. The government will continue to lose money. So please, as you go on, this is just my advice to you. Go and do what a reasonable person would do.
Advice rendered.
Okay.
P.S. What I want to tell you is that many of these people were actually bought land, built houses, and these houses, the owner get the bank. And some of these people went on to lose their houses because never sakone keep up or lead to a and they still cry to say, we understand how policy and laws work. We know. We are not coming from, we know how these things work. But we are saying, can you, in your engagement with whoever, give this the necessary consideration? Some people were done a raw deal, and many of them were done a raw deal. Basa own these plots 100%. Can we move forward now?
I think we should.
Yeah. It will be very remiss of me.
Yes. Yes, or even whoever you engage going forward, then you can raise these issues. If you find them.
It's unreasonable of me. We will go and take advice.
PS was giving an impression that there's a retrospective application of laws and policies and all that. We know, we represent people. They come to us no matter what the law says. And we need to serve these people and their interests. We can't look away and hide behind some laws. Some of these laws are even unjust.
Yeah.
So this is what we are driving at. Go and look into it and correct that.
Noted, Honorable. I think you have made a point.
Yeah.
We are going to the third one.
Yes. Earlier when I was saying it will be very remiss of me, Honorable Chair, not to touch into issues of staff welfare. The year under review, there were 33 grievances registered with the Office of the Ombudsman. 33. Question is, how many of these have been resolved? And how many are outstanding?
Is Honorable Thousand coming back? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Honorable Member Polgolo, for your question. So I have the statistics here, but unfortunately we have not disaggregated them as towards our ombudsman fee. So do you allow me to narrate what I have here?
The information will be useful.
But we can later provide specifically for ombudsmen, sir.
Yes, that is granted.
Yes, sir. We had a total of 66 grievances, 47 under the land sector and 19 under the water sector.
That's the staff welfare.
Yes, sir.
Right? Thank you.
48 of the 66 have been resolved, and 38 of those 48 kids are land sector, 10 ke tsa water sector. The remaining, which are 18, ke tsa 9 land sector, 9 water sector, and they are at various stages of being addressed.
There's an issue with land board, vacancies. I'm informed that there are about 15 vacancies in land boards. How many have been filled thus far? Land board secretaries.
Thank you, sir. Land board secretaries, the ones which are vacant as we speak is Tawana, Katleng, Ngwatu, and Kweneng. And all of these, they have been recommended for the positions to be filled. The names are with the authorities above us, so they will be filled very soon. We have recommended, sir.
What time is very soon? Actually, the 15 I was referring to were the decks. Can you just give us a picture as to when these will be filled, and then the other peers will go into the one concerning district agricultural coordinators?
They are both on my side. Here. The board secretary, they are with, the recommendations are with the appointing authority. So, I decide. And then, minutes on a crowd contact the fourth. So acting across the land board. Na the position ya already filled, so that there is more acting needs. And then Yabu Deke Leone, as I said yesterday, recommendations have been made regarding the functional structures. Sarunasene approved on the 29th of April. Horaki Leone mo processing or decide. So they are live right now.
Are these positions the ones that interviews and conducted last year, April?
Some of them are, yes.
Okay. This I'll leave to the chairman if he wants to make a follow-up on it. The last one, I'm reliably informed that there was an expenditure that could have maybe bordered on not illegality per se, but you are safe for a minister water. And if so, how much was spent where was permission sorted from finance?
Safe. County officer. Safe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Safe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Member for the question. The answer to your question, sir, is true indeed. The safe was purchased, but it was later advised that the law does not allow any government entity to hold a safe. Di Accountant General. So that was corrected and the save is your accountant general. I don't have the purchase price. We can provide that later, sir. Thank you.
Not only the purchase price, I guess there was also installation price. Le ha ke tsore go uninstalla go bitswang le price e installilweng ka yone. We need those figures.
Yes, sir.
Le gore e kae gompieno?
Equal accountant general, sir. Thank you, sir.
So,
Out section of the ministry, I'm sorry. Yeah.
kore gone se re se buang ke gore safe e ne le teng e ko office ya ministera e se re le ba le ka he nna ko pele ga go le mogiwa gore e ka e bothabetse.
Can we provide that information with the cost of purchase and installation and uninstallation, sir? How long it was in the minister's office?
Kore ke ha ke batla go itse e se bile purpose e o go ministera ka lebaka le le kae.
We will provide the information, sir. Yes, sir.
Me ga go na molato e o le ka itisa la le ka moswa kere.
Yes, sir.
Ere pele ga re tsalla pele re ne ke re o no bua ka the vacancies for land board secretaries di tatoga di filwa ra utlwa gore recommendation di diri nko mpolele ya ko ngwatu land board yone ya land board secretary itse re le baka le kae because it's a subject of discussion in that district ibile khona go tsaya batho go di sub land board ba isiwa go serwe bo nna ko di kgwedi how long did it take in the vacant e mongwe wa boraro ma
e mongwe re wa boraro chairman
tiego ya te tsentse ke tsetsego le tsebetsebe mo dikgaolong tsone tse di ka gore ya makere batho ba computela go acta kwa bile ba bangwe ba actisiwa lebaka le le go eta ba bangwe ya me khotela tikologo ya land board
go ntse jalo ke sone se e leng gore tota e seng yone hela ke gore mo ga go acta mo ga gongwe e bile go le lebaka go tisa matshwenyego a mantsi le ga gongwe batho kana ga gongwe ga o acta ga go itse gore gate thata go e hela ga kae go ireng go batla go ntse go confirmed batho ba le substantive so ra dumelana
ya tota gone go acta o bua nnete ka gore a kry ngwe ga o acta le go lopelanyana go nna go ntse gore to promotiwe gore to promotiwa ke o gata ke to gata mai o gata ka borete o itse gore ka nna gate o dirile phoso ga o kwata o confirm ya go tsa o consider you so you are very right ke dimalo ena gore di fileng ka boheo honorable Monageng.
Thank you, Chairman and accounting officers. Baba Big Pieko. Lenze le bodiwa dipuso tse di thata di dilikile me bontsi I mean not bontsi dingwe la re la go batla information. I really wish and hope gore e tla le gore ka kwano gwana twa gore ye le taba ta information ye le taba information ya no ngwe ya di poso tsene la di bodiwa tsela sa kgonang go di araba le tla batla information ke yone ya gore tota ela ditlankana tsa ditsha secured land title di tla le ano tswetswe e botlhokwa thata mme e ke botsang ya ntlha ke letsa gore gongwe se ke nna ngwe ya tsele reng kgalena karabo ke le tsohela gore re buile ka metsi kwa molepolole le tlhalositse gore go bothatanyana jang mme kana bothata bo nna ke gola ke boitlhela bontse bo le teng yaanong ga ke tswa a ke etsa mo PAC ke a go buisa diphuthego ya ka mo palamente mongwe le mongwe a go buisa diphuthego ene ke mošwa mo parlamenteng o bona ngwa dipotso tse ke di tshogang ke gore ba kwena ba go mpotsa gore metsi a tla le mo molepolole gore sokotse go le kana dingwaga tse di kana ra ne re bolelwa gore metsi a tswa ko north south jang a teng ra ne re bolelwa gore a teng mo di-reservoireng but metsi a go tswa le mo dipompong tsa rona so ke yone ke kopang gore gongwe le be na le karabo ka gore chairman go kile ga nna le stakeholder meeting ko Molepolole le rona boeteledipele together with water utilities recently, like a month or 2 months ago. They are working on a project stage yalo. The first one is 63 million or 66 million. But question like go Molepolole. La bella. I don't need the actual date. Le na tla ke ba bolela le kere go a belwa gore ngwaga wa boraro ngwaga bobedi metsi a tla nna teng. Thank you, Chairman.
First question, Molepolole.
Molepolole, say, thank you, Honorable Monageng, for your question. So, Molepolole, I robatsi ko ministering re tswana hela le lona se go tsa melona go tsa lo mo magaleng thata ka gore batho ba le lebile every day. Molepolole, we have prioritized it ko ministering ka sepehela strategy se ka butswang ka speed gore re provide metsi. Molepolole is a #1 priority. We have engaged Ministry of Finance re supa gore Molepolole o tlhoka go thusiwa like yesterday, because there are so many reasons apart from gore hala gore Molepolole ga ana metsi. Batho ba ba bereka mo gaborone ba tswa Molepolole ba bantsi thata, and Molepolole is a huge a village with a big population. So how does I address? We have addressed a very significant portion of this country is Senamiti. So let me say to you that we have prioritized it. We are looking into strategies reka tsisajang metsi re lebeletse gore in the budget ga na enough funds. Ke sengwe se santseng re se lebeletse ko ministry le water utilities. But this financial year ke tumela gore a ikahela se re se go re lo tsisetse sepe se irang gore le kgotsogale le rona re robale.
Re bua ka financial year ke re ora gore o taba o lebile go ithella March. A ke re
go ithella March 31st.
So accounting officer ora gore ha re kae ya hapelenyana ngwaga o tlang ga bo ke wa hela ba kwena ba ise ba bone metsi when you talk of financial year.
Are sa re ba ise ba bone metsi re project is simola ke re maybe ya go tsa ke 18 months project ke 18 months are re ga ka ke ya go ra go hitla ko ise re bone dikata ko Molepolole. Because the duration of the project is 18 months.
A ministry we claim. You see, when you build this building, big as it is, there's an estimate of the figure. There's an estimate of the period of NACO. It's 9 months, it's 12 months. That's a must. That like I like ipataka kwa kabo 2 months away. Metsi ko Molepolole re mo 2005.
25.
But in 2025, thanks for the correction.
Yes, sir.
In 2 years, in 3 years, should we expect water in Molepolole? In 2 years, in 3 years. And I'm saying this, Chairman, because relema politiki re sore ditse batho ba Molepolole gantsi. It's like 2008. The next elections, it's like 2013, 14, 2019, 2024. Ele ditsholo hetso tse di tswang mo politiki gompie ko le bodi ready le technocrats. Can you commit a year, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, or 4 years from now? Can you commit a period? Because this is a very touching issue.
Thank you, sir. I am under oath, and as I said, Lenyora la Molepolole is a pain ko rona ko ministry. me looking at what we are doing ko ministering ka hare kopantseng ditlhogo ka teng go addressa seemo sa Molepolo ke ka re 2 years se.
I'm so happy for the answer.
Erra.
So tsholo yalo e tswa ko ministering go gore mo ngwageng tse pedi ga re ke tsa heta ba kwena ba ise ba nne le metsi.
Yes sir.
Solo ediwa thata ke gore o na ba gatella gore she's under oath.
She is under oath and
Go to the second-
she's aware of it.
Go to the second one. Second question, please.
Are ke re kanye yone go bua but mo tabare me wa utlwa PS ke tsene mo go the second question.
Second question, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Land acquisition. Go na le ha re buang ka target yone ya go allocate 100,000 residential plots in tribal areas 2023-2024. And it has been indicated that as at March 2023, more than 84,000 residential plots were allocated in tribal land. Ko Molepolole, not even a single plot has been allocated in the last 10 years, sorry. Mega ke batla gore ke re Molepolole ko re go na le pelaelo ya gore allocation ya diplot tse 100,000 go ne ga nna le metsametsano ga nna le go favora dikgaolo tse dingwe ke ka ga batho ba ipeletsang ka teng le nna ke le mo teng yaanong a le ka re tlhalosetsa gore the two accounting officers a le ka re tlhalosetsa gore a ga go nna le irregularities a ga go nna le corruption bo favoritism and ke di area tse di boneng more of these allocations ke di tse di sa bonang sepe go tlhelele. Thank you. Re lebile fair allocation.
Thank you very much. 100,000 who favorably woman. It's our in order is valid question for 100,000 you. Wa bilo jang ka mahelo a ni Molepolole. Una bona sengwe o tsa bona sepe go thelele.
Karabo chairman ke gore mo metseng e metona hela ke simolola hela ka re metse e metona ke be ke ta ko Molepolole ga go a nna le di allocations ka gore no go sna di plot tse e leng gore go ka berekelwa mo go tsone yaanong Molepolole ya ka ha a bua gore a gore ga gona allocation e pe e dirilweng go thelele
Ke zero.
jaanong mme mo go bo gore se sentseng se akantse gore kana molepole lo bapile le suping hale ke gone ha ileng gore go akantse gore go ka ba ka ngwa e be le gore ha le gore go allocate tota ha re bua ka molepolole ga le gore ke greater molepolole e be le gore re lebile ha kgaolong ya suping otherwise mo metseng e menyenyane gone mo kgaolong ya kwene ke gone mo e leng gore go ntse go kgona gore go dira di-allocations.
Okay,
ke utlwa karabo mme ne ke reng ke tshwaelenyana pele ga ke tsena to my last question ke tshwaela gore kore a ga le bone gore di-land board not only in kwene di-land board a ka di sa dire sentle yana gongwe di dirwa ke gore ga tene tsa ikopela gore di audite tsone rather than di auditiwe like tse dingwe ha e le gore di a i-audita. Why such important netani like land board audit? Why did you allow that if that is the case? The audit.
Auditor General.
That's the information I got. But
Thank you. The land boards can appoint any other auditors. Ba private, not us. But for the past 2 years, haba mo harabazanya mo budgeting because haba indicate ba proper audit. Thank you.
Yano nakupo yami ke gore kai kieo e tswa from authority a go le lebeng tshwetso yo sentle ha o bona go ngo tlhakatlhaka go di land board yana ke gore ga ba auditiwe ba ka itlhophela a private auditor. It's from authority.
Danger ya just a private auditor ha mo ha audit yone service and no auditor madi hela gore go setse bokae go diriswa bokae service yone kana le yone must be audited.
Very true, Chairman.
Gongwe meki ke ya rabe jana ke dumelana le auditor general gore tota ke kgang ya rona administration le ya lona ba tlotlegi ka ha molao le dikgang tsa efficiency kana gore ke issue ya supply and demand. There might be a demand for legislation e be e provide-wa ya ka ha auditor general a tlhalosa jaanong the supply side the capacity to actually do it kana batla gore e fundiwe ke raise issue because even though an option has been provided for gore di land board di ka itirela yalo gone gompieno yana di land board ga dina madi a gongwe go ka dira jalo gore ga auditor general ya ka ha a bua a sa kgona a sa ba providela e be le gore land board le yone ga ena madi a gore ye go i-audita gore salary le hela mo phego mme ke batla go highlighta gore it's an issue or a risk e leng gore ka go ministering re identify go bona gore tota di audit tshwanelo gore di nne teng so we'll find a way of prioritizing ne ke batla go highlighta hela gore there is that practical issue.
Chairman, o bona lehatsi mahatsi a alwa because of lehatsi. We cannot have a situation erring because of budgetary reasons. Land body the auditor. That's very, very wrong. So let's do more with little, like someone once said. Let there be a budget. Hela ka ona le budget there gore ba go auditor other entities. So my next question and last. Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for God for giving me that smile. Hello. Neribuaka 45,000 hectares or kilo more 30 company. That must be stressed. 30 company. Now, this is a situation whereby this company acquired or got land from our government. I think in the 1911, somewhere there. And I think they have beaten you to your game. Kore, they held on to this land from 1911 until now, did nothing. And then they are selling it to the same government. Ka Juan Gotwe ke 412 million. Listen to me carefully. Juan Gotwe government o rekile ka 412 million. Kantile wa twe government o rekile ka 1.4 billion. Ano litle le re bolelle gore tota government o rekile ka bokae. A land of its own that was kept for speculation by a company. Ebe ba ela o sa dire sepe later on e re nya ga re tlhoke e rek a be re rek. And this is a situation and a lesson to this government. Gore do tsa bo freehold a re neng careful ka tsona a go neng careful ka tsona because ga se tatiela e tsotseng le hatsileo la hatsila mohuta o khantele mera go reka ka 2 billion maybe le yone yo chairman ke tshwantsanye le this building e le mo ga borone ya Orapa House building e le gore ke makgantshwane ya rona. It's one of the buildings tse dealing matataganyana a mantsintsi e rekilwe mo is it DBS somewhere BOTSWANA ko ra isna go rekiwa ka bo 68 million or whatever re tshwara for 15 years not using it ko ra utwa re totela tshenyo e teng mo government chairman ke gore go reka le go dirisa madi di millione. It's like ke tswere di lekere ke di tshamekisa le bongwanake go re bua di millione a ke re teng re bua ma 2000 mai yana ke yone a tati gore ba tlhalose gore e rekile bokae e be ba nne le awareness ya gore that he held that land for speculation reasons. Abe ba etsa ka the Orapa House. Up to now, after 15 years, in Zehela, no one is thinking about renovating it. Abe le patala government le tsana mote. And Labu Hello.
You have made your point.
Labu Hello. Labu Hello ba check hela la ba ka se ba re bolele gore renting ka ben re bonye mo Orapa House in the last 15 years. Ki di million tse kae. Thank you, Chairman.
Go ahead. County officers. 30.
30. The exact amount doing for Hasliwala 45,000 hectares. Ki 1 billion. 1 billion. Yes. 422 million 483,531 pula. Jano issue ya principally ya gore la hatseng go speculate wa mo golone hela from an economic reasoning point of view le gone gore la hatsela go nna le ntse le tlhokagala ke ana ke an opportunity cost argument ya no ke ra gore in principle gore the sooner or the earlier the better ha ile gore go a rekwa ha the resources le teng is the best strategy and ke tsa gore ke so se ene gore setabo sentse se lebile go a go pele in order to minimize the loss. Jan, how about go ya office of the president? Sorry, ya go Orapa House. Ka we go betso ba tlotlegi ne re o tswa teng gongwe e ka arabiwa to ka ke ba Ministry for State President.
Okay. Yone ya Orapa House. Okay.
Chairman, sorry. Kana nna re itse Orapa House e ne e le ya ditemane akere. And I get office of the president but still in e le ya ditemane the last usage ya yone purpose the last usage ne le ditemane be at Botswana value what BDVC. So ke re santse of the intention ka rutlwang ka teng ke gore e tee go hela e diriswa ke office of the president, but we are simply saying le lona hela le accounting officer a le bone gore ke go sa dirise madi sentle gore be nna 50 more than 50 years e sa occupy you.
Chairman, tota se motho te ga se buang ke the opportunity cost aspect ya teng ke ra gore re ne re tlhaloganya se gore kana ha o botsa gore rent e ka beng ne e bonye mo nakong eo ha ne le e sa occupy-wa ke bokae. We understand it from that point of view. Figure eo mo bogompieno ga rena yone mme ne ke re gape ke boele hela go gone gore gone ka gore rona le ha re le lentse le ha re ka tswa re le gore re procureile rona re neela maphata gore a dirise ka ha ile gore ba bona gore ba ka dirisa building ka teng jaanong gore tiriso eo e ntse jalo motlotlegi kana gore ke eng go ne go sena batho mo teng ke yone ne ke kopa gore ai gongwe ka se ya rami ka go state president
ya me a re tse gore la ria lo la re le nna ke ha khametsanyana go jang me mariri ane re tere konele puisanyo ya pakela wa gompieno a tswalela ka eng re ri ane re kana accounting office o no bua gore ko molepolole you are under oath ware in 2 years metsi a taba le teng mme ne ke re kana ha o kaela thoko go dilelo tsa metsi tse dintsinyana ha o re molepole 2 years le kuntsi kutwa bakanye ra motso ba hano ke dumela gore le maparlamenta a mongwe a seong ha a metsi ya harologaneng ba bua ka kgai ya lenyora mo metsing ya bona. Is it possible gore gongwe o te o re neele record hela e supang gore mo metsing ka go harologana ke re ha o kgonang teng mo metsing ka go harologana o tsaya gore tabo o nyeleditse lenyora leng ke tsa ba motšhudi le bone ba kutile ba mešeniwa o supehela jalo gore tabo o nyeleditse lenyora leng re tere bo re tshwere pampiri. It helps us as an oversight body go bona gore tota mme gone re ka abelela ga kae gore metsi e boe ka bona metsi ha go sena metsi nna bothata ke di kopane le yona gore mabeo a tshwara motswa phakela bua gore ga gona le ha ile thothi jaanong le re siana le dijojo ke re go botlhokwa thata gore ne a ke tswa ka kgona go dira jalo right e le kopo hela ya gore lenyora le kanyelediwa le ha e leng gore ga gona ga lena ngwaga o ka lenyana sa ka le gone la supa hela gore nya o motse one re ta bona go morago le ka kgona go dira jalo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I indicated earlier gore sanse re kopantse ditlhogo ko ministering go bona gore re ka addressa jang di kgang tse go le tlhoko la metsi mo metsing e senang metsi mme re go sena budget e tswang from the consolidated fund. And I indicated that we have prioritized the Molepolole. So when that is done and completed, yes, we can share. Rasupa gore hana re ka khona ra go khana ka this kind of strategy kana ga ba khone ga go tlhelele we can provide.
Ki information le ka re nela mona go ikae?
A re kopa le re he 3 months.
3 months.
Yes sir.
A ke re le mo go ena ka ku. Intsi sia me hela 3 months gore nela gore tota mme gone ga tere ka bore tsamaka because a ke re ha o twantse ba bua jalo go supa gore lenyora le ba baletse batho mo metsi e mentsi mme ha ngo batho ba re ba ne le indication le bone ma parlamente pe mo a re tshogile le go tshwara khota meeting gore bo mmotsa rata le metsi at least now na la answer so note it for purposes ya gore tere khona go sala mara go di khantsa rona ke a leboga maitso the projects sengwe sa dilo tse di tshwenyang thata ke gore go na le di-project tse e leng gore madam di na le go tsaya lebaka le le leele thata di helela di le turu thata go gaisa jaaka nne di simolotse mme di-project o re a di utlwalela ka go garologana ga tsone tse dingwe ko kanye ko maung hela jalo kere ga nne o ka kgona go mpha di-project tse tharo tse di go chesang tse di go hisang tota gore di na le time and cost overruns tse di unacceptable ha re leng teng di-project tsa metsi tse di na le time and cost overruns tse di unacceptable mme o ntse o supa jalo gore ne di tshwanetse go simolola leng jaanong di tsamaya kae ka gore ke sengwe sa dilo tse di tshwenyang thata le mapalamente ha re le ka go parlamenteng ba ntse ba bua ka dikgang tshwanetse only 3 because we have an issue with time here. Time and cost overruns. kgotsa ha ile gore ntse jalo le ka wa le clear re tswa halantsheng eo ya ne ke tsa gore le ka e clear re tswa halantsheng ka gore a ke di cost overruns ha ngwe di a re thobaetse ke ga go lora go na le PS yo mongwe o kila go twa mo dipampiri go na le corruption e ntsi ebile wa tswa mo gare ga batho ba ba ntseng jalo gore kana ha ngwe go nna yana gore tsa maraka ya tsone corruption e le bua ke PS wa nako eo a bua ka tsone di kgantsa motho tsone military direla 3.
Yes, sir.
3. Yeah, we hello.
Kana gore chairman, dipotso tse o telang re botsa tse tharo a ba re tle evaluation ya 30 akere 1.4 billion o gore a duelwe. They must have been informed by evaluation report. Thank you.
Bueno, na o tsana hela gore a ke tsore bereka jaja koro o ka ro o tswa pelo thata ha di kgadi tse di tswalela mme ba bangwe ba go retsa ha o bua honorable ya no ne ke a bohelo e batho betso ke re le ke ibotsa yana ka gore ke dumela gore hela go ralla noka ya Limpopo le dinoka tsone tsa rona batho ba na le kgathego e tona thata ya go tshwara dithapi yana bothata ja batho ba tshwara dithapi mo Limpopo bo gabedi ja ntha ke gore dipolase tse di ka kwano di helela mo letshitshing la noka ebile ga gona access to Limpopo River ja gora go ntse ya le hatselo ha o ya ko hela ya ka ba bua gora noka e tswalwa go thelele a gona ne ke bona ke karla a ke tura gona le thulaganyo epe hela yone ya gore jaanong go batho ba e leng gore ke ba lehatshe la rona ka kwano ba itshetsang ka yone thapi ba kgone go bona access to the river mme le gone mololwane wa dipolase tseo helela ga kae kana re tshwere bothata ka gore bone batho bone ba re mololwane wa bone o helela ga gare ga noka ya Limpopo ke re lona ka lebile le ntse le bua ka bo international boundaries a khanye lo a itse lo ka re thusa ka yone ni bile ya no kana se sengwe se se dirang se salaming ke gore ya re kgoreletsa le sone security sa lehatse a gona di patrol mo along the Limpopo River ke re nko le re thusa go e thatswa hela go ngwe le ba amegang ba te ba khone ba e sale morago go utwa sente gore dinoka tsote honorable ke kgonegile ona a commentary nya ke dinoka tsote di tswetswe batho ga ba nne le access to those rivers mme kana those waters are shared and ha lo dipolase di re ya lo di kgoreletsa batho ke re nko le nkarabela ka bokutshwane ha le ka kgona go nna bakutshwane
ke ta yara ba me gongwe me ke simolle ka ya ga motlotlegi ka go ka ona ba ta go itse gore ya re ka tisa information ya gore ka go tatine gore kwa ka bokae I think information e gore ka e provide me hela for now it can be noted gore ba ne ba batla go rekisa bone ne ba batla go rekisa ka 1.7 billion, and then valuation ya rona yone be re 1.2 billion. Ra be ra go ra ka nna mo gona ne ke a bua, but that information can be provided. Ya di plus le along the border go ntse jalo ga se kganye di thapi hela chairman, ke kganye leng gore ya ma food security. And me, why can I respond the way I did ha motlotegi mo nageng a botsa kgantele gore the earlier when an opportunity arises ya gore go ka rekwa lehaselong le le freehold e tshwanwa ke gore e tsewe ka gore mo gongwe we were finding gore ya ka ne re na le thulaganyo ya bo cattle export, re na le batho ba e leng gore mo ke noka motho o ka kwano gongwe lesika la gagwe le ka kwa gore go ha go iragalang ga gare e le yone freehold go ne go na le mebetšhe gone go e leng gore e ka tota gore go important gore state se ka tsena go gongwe ga gare gore ha re tsene go yaanong re ka kgona gore re ire jang batswana ba ka ithusa ka tsela e ntseng jang ke mogopolo e leng gore re tsweletse ka go akanyelo ka one. Mme mo potsong ya gago hela ya dithapi gore ko lephateng la rona under inland fisheries ke mengwe ya megopolo e leng gore ha seemo se siame re sologela gore inland fisheries re ta kgona go di facilitate ka tsela e ntseng jang gore go tsamaelana le se nne motlotlegi phologolo a se bua ka ke tsora ke ene kgantele ka gore ha metsi a le kwa gongwe a ka kgona gore a thuse ba bangwe ka tsela e ntseng jang ba ka ko
honorable Digwa
ne le re digo ke ra gore megopolo e teng ya tshela batlotlegi ke tsa go
gore mo go ye yana o itse mo go ba bangwe ke yone tsela ya itshetso hela ya go tshwara dithapi ba rekisa ke ra gore le ha o bua ka Tshwane kgotsa o bua ka Limpopo kgotsa o bua ka go na dinoka livelihood ya bone e mo goreng ba kgone go bona access, but ga e yo gompieno. Is that something that can be expedited? Is can a pipeline, because you're talking about livelihoods here now.
Ra ya kanyetsa agently mme tota e tsamaelana le se ne ke se bua maabane ka gore le ka gakologela batlotlegi ke ne ke rile in terms of our agricultural policy, in terms of value addition and wanting to be export led. We are not only looking at the review, the implementation ya agricultural policy, but we are also looking at the nutrition aspect, because the TAPI, in terms of nutrition, it's a key element, especially at the household level. So it's part of what we are really working on, and subject to the resources ra se tsibogela jaanong gongwe se nka welang ka sone ke gore go consulta le di farmers bone ba e leng gore ba tshotse lehatshe lone leo le le mo di-bordereng ke gongwe e leng gore go ntse go tsweletse and has been done with an increased level ya intensity starting in April last year. Gore re ta go conclude leng re bona madi leng is another matter, but committee can note hela gore for those strategic reasons tse ke ntseng ke di tlhalosa tsa gore we would want to secure as a country, we would like to minimize the opportunity costs, we would like to make sure gore ga re ne le pilferage ya di grain le gongwe le dikgomo le tse dingwe is something that is being attended to.
Ke na le interested tona mo khaye go nka toka ka jana ko ntsi mme ha o ntsholehetsa gore is being taken seriously and it's going to be attended urgently ke dumela mo go yana, because ke o yana ga yame ba Limpopo hela gore gongwe le gongwe a gona dinoka go tswetswe ke batho ba freehold and go ga teng go tsa botho ka gore metsia ga tera share le mahatsa Botswana la re ba pielone, but ka go ntse ka tera share a dirisiwa hela ke bone ba dipolasi
really bile min ne ke kopa yana chairman ka ne ke ndetse ke na le melala e meraro ke batla go kgaogana le yone gone gompieno.
Melala ya gago
ye ne re ke le soloheditse dingwe go ne go na le re phologolo na kopile report o detail ka tsa bong document ya teng ke solegela gore secretariat le ya mogetse this morning ya bobedi ke document e ne dila le issue ya rationalization le ya discharge gore in terms of just reforming what is it that we are doing to make sure gore ga re nne le mathata a nantse a le teng le yone re deliverile ya boraro ke kopa gore ke dire correction maabane ha re bua ka NAFTEC ke ne ka gore dingwaga di pedi ke re at least 2 years ka potso e ne boditswe ke motlotlegi phologolo jaanong ke re nya golo ho ke 2022 go ra go dingwaga di tharo tse e leng gore go ne go ntse go duelwa madi a so tota ke ntsha 2023 yo ne ke re at least 2 ke ya go 2022 ke a leboga
go leboga rona ke a itumela batho betso ke itumela thata gore re itshoketse tiro re itshoketse tiro mme ebile le dira ka botswerere honorable members le lona bodiredi the party in short ya la gore sengwe se ke se lemogang ka committee a ke tswa le lemogile gore is very passionate on matters of staff welfare hela nako le nako ke utlwa dipotso tsa bone nako le nako banna ba wela ko staff welfare di dintsi dipotso mme staff welfare ba ntse ba tsena mo go sone ke kgaye ke dumelang gore le taetsa le tsela go godimo gongwe le ba le rera le ba bangwe ba le berekang le bone ba lekane ba lona gore committee ele o ka re mo kgae ya staff welfare e strong yana le yele thoko re ipakanye re ska ra ipitela re sa lebe sente ke kgae ne ke re ke wele ka yone re le laletsa dijo tsa motshegare batho beso mme go tsore boela gone ya mamolefi o re emetse ka tse dingwe ke a leboga re ta bua just pronounce on the time re ta bua ka exactly 3 o'clock we are here